Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? We've got some breaking news for you, but I see we have about 300 people watching, so make sure you've hit the like button. Again, you know how this goes. It's not a cooking channel or a gaming channel. We have to fight the algorithm, so please make sure that you've hit the like button. Tell me where you guys are tuning in from. I always like to ask you that. Let me know in the chat where you are, and let's get straight to it. So I'll try and break this down as quickly as I can. So in essence, the Supreme Court, the UK Supreme Court, they've denied Julian Assange permission to appeal. Let me show you this this statement here from WikiLeaks. So WikiLeaks said, breaking, the UK Supreme Court refuses permission to appeal in Assange extradition. The case now moves to the UK Home Secretary Priti Patel to authorize the extradition. So, again, let me just give you a brief recap, because if you're getting lost with this case, I wouldn't blame you. So, again, we had the extradition hearing, the evidential hearing in September and October 2020. Okay, we have dozens and dozens of witnesses, lawyers, historians testifying. And then on January 4th, 2021, the district judge, Vanessa Barretzer, she gave the decision. She said, I'm blocking the extradition of Julian Assange to the US only on health grounds. So she agreed with all the political stuff, the espionage charges, the conspiracy to commit computer hacking. She agreed with all that. The only reason she blocked it is because of health reasons, because U.S. prison conditions are so oppressive. Okay, and again, I feel like this goes without saying, but we've had, I don't know, what is it, 20,000 people who subscribed in the last week. So for those of you who don't know, I'm one of like 10 journalists who've been covering this case since 2020. So I was there at the extradition hearing in London. I've been covering every single thing since then. So there's an entire playlist on the channel if you want to watch my coverage and really go into detail with the case. But I'm just giving you the main points so you can understand where we are right now in the Assange legal process. So that was January 4th, extradition blocked. 2 days later, there was a bail hearing. She denied him bail, the same judge. August 2021. They had these appellate hearings, and then the High Court basically said that the United States can appeal on all 5 grounds, because obviously the United States wants to extradite Assange, so they appealed the judge's decision. But the issue was, on what grounds are you going to appeal? They were given initially 2 out of 5 grounds, but then they were allowed to do all 5, which included the medical evidence by Professor Koppelman. Is Assange suicidal? Will he commit suicide if he's extradited? These sorts of questions. And so that was a victory in August 2021. And then in October, we had the actual High Court hearings. Then the decision was handed down in December 2021. So that's just, 3-4 months ago. And what did they say in December, the High Court? They overturned the lower court's decision. They said it's okay to extradite Julian Assange, no problem. And then in January, so just 2 months ago, January 2022, the High Court, they allowed Assange to, they said, no, you can't appeal to the Supreme Court. They denied him direct permission to appeal, but they said that they will certify one point of law. So basically, they left the decision up to the Supreme Court itself. And today we have that decision. The Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to take Assange. We don't think that this is of public importance. And I'll read you the statement here from Assange's solicitors so you can see what's going on. So this has just been released now, right? So it reads, on January 24th, 2022, the High Court certified that a point of law of public importance had been raised by Mr. Assange following its rejection of his appeal. The point certified for the potential consideration by the Supreme Court was, quote, in what circumstances can an appellate court receive assurances from a requesting state which were not before the court of first instance in extradition proceedings? So that's a lot of legal bullshit just to say one thing. I'll translate what it means. It means if you have a court of appeal like the High Court, is it okay for the High Court to receive diplomatic assurances from the United States after they've already had the evidential hearing, right? So you lose a case in court, and then it goes to appeals. Are you allowed to submit what can be considered as new evidence, meaning these assurances, we won't put Assange in terrible prison conditions, he can serve his sentence in Australia? The US never said these things in the extradition hearing originally. So after they lost, they started saying these things, and that's the point of law that Assange wanted to certify in the Supreme Court. And so a panel of 3 judges of the Supreme Court has considered the application on paper, and this afternoon on March 14th, they refused permission to appeal on the basis that the application does not raise an arguable point of law. So later here it says that the case on the direction of the High Court will now be remitted to Westminster Magistrates Court. So it will go back down to the lower court, but their only function is to refer the decision to extradition, for extradition to the Home Secretary. So in the United Kingdom, if you're about to be extradited, wherever it is, the final signature, it comes from the Home Secretary. You might remember Gary McKinnon. He perpetrated the biggest computer hack of all time. They tried to get him into the US. And at the last minute, Theresa May, who was the Home Secretary back then, she blocked the extradition miraculously, right? Now, in this case, we have Priti Patel. You already know what she thinks of journalists, right? We'll get to that in a second. So the decision is down to her. But does Assange have any recourse? Does he have any recourse? So here, they say that no appeal to the High Court has yet been filed by Assange in respect of the other important issues he raised previously in Westminster Magistrates Court. That separate process of appeal has, of course, has yet to be initiated. So they're talking about, what does this mean for press freedoms? You know, you're extraditing a journalist, and all the other the important things that we haven't been discussing, because now for the last year, the entire court case has been, is Assange suicidal? Will he kill himself if he's taken to the US? Can we trust the United States assurances to treat him fairly if he's in the US? Will they really send him to Australia? This is what we've been discussing, instead of actually talking about the fact that this is a threat to press freedoms. So in any case, all of that to say, let's dig deeper and see what's going on. I want to bring on Kathy Vaughan. So she's not just a filmmaker and a musician. She's also a journalist and executive producer of none other than Consortium News. Kathy, how are you? Thanks for coming on.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry to be a bit blurred, but it's 5 a.m. in here in Sydney, and I'm a wreck. We've been working non-stop on another matter, and we're just about to do a new show on that other matter. But, the Assange thing has come up now, and this is very dramatic.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry for waking you so early, but they don't exactly give us these decisions or tell us in advance. It's always kind of on the whim. Kathy, could I just get your perhaps your initial reaction, just briefly, to this news that the UK Supreme Court has denied Assange permission to appeal?
Well, I think it's outrageous. The point of law is really about the lawyers being able to argue against the conditions of detention. So there were a whole lot of witnesses that were talking about conditions in ADC, Alexandria Detention Centre, I believe it stands for. I'm Australian. In Alexandria, Virginia. So, that's where Chelsea Manning attempted suicide. Somebody succeeded in committing suicide around the time of the appeal, that very week. So it's these conditions are just as harsh as SAM's. You have, ADSEG, administrative segregation. There's all different kinds. And very little difference from the conditions that, the doctors had decided that he wouldn't be able to survive. So the problem is, the defense brought in a whole lot of witnesses. You remember we saw Yancey Ellis, Joel Schickler, Maureen Baird, who was, very, very significant for the case. But there was something kind of a bit wonky in the assurances, in that they were saying that SAMS wouldn't be, he wouldn't be put in ADX, was it, during pretrial detention, or there would be no SAMS?
Yeah.
Sorry, maybe you can refresh my memory, but the problem was that, they didn't, there was something about ADC, it was wrong. I'm so sorry, it's gone out of my head because...
No, I don't blame you. I mean, we've been covering this for eons. I mean,
Yeah.
it is very complicated. So the assurances that they've provided, they're not really assurances, because they say we won't put Assange in ADX unless he does something that would warrant him being placed in ADX.
Oh God, yes. Yes, of course. There were all these provisos. So they were not worth the paper they were written on, as many people have said, including the lawyers and other people as well. So the thing is that if they had known what assurances were going to be given, the lawyers could have argued against, brought in additional witnesses to counter those points that were later made after the whole substantive hearing was over. They didn't really get a chance to argue their case, which would have furthered their case in terms of the health reasons for not extraditing Assange. They did win in the High Court appeal. They had a win on they didn't lose on that. They'd won in the lower court on the medical reasons he should not be extradited, and they won in the High Court. And it was as if they were just ignored those grounds for refusing his extradition. They've just been ignored. But the implication is that it's really between states. If the requesting state wants it badly, it can at any point offer an assurance to the holding state, and then the whole case of in the lower court, the substantive hearing with all the witnesses, that just becomes irrelevant.
Yep. Yeah, and if I may just add, because a large chunk of the audience is new, and I just want to add something that in terms of the assurances, I published these documents just a few months ago from another person's extradition. His name is David Mendoza. They took him from Spain to the U.S. For drug trafficking, and they didn't just give Spain assurances, diplomatic assurances. They gave him a contract. They literally signed a contract with Spain and with Mendoza. So you have all three signatures on there. This is the article, and all the documents are here, these classified documents from the Department of Justice, the State Department. So my point here is that they didn't just give him assurances. They gave Mendoza a contract and still broke it. So that should kind of speak volumes about what these assurances are worth. But just getting back to the breaking news that we have now, have we had any statement from Stella Morris? Because I think she said that she was going to give one soon. We do know that they were scheduled to get married, I think, on March 23rd, right? She posted on Twitter that that Belmarsh prison, where Assange is locked up at, which is a Category A maximum security prison in London, they will be getting married on March 23rd, Stella Morris and Julian Assange. Do we have any other updates from them?
No, I just saw the Bimbo Pierce statement myself and read that. So, what that really doesn't emphasize too much is the possible cross appeal, the one we have been waiting for, to have that, Assange fight back for press freedom. But unfortunately, it's got to go back to those judges at the High Court, and they've been terribly unfair, I believe.
So sorry to cut you off, Kathy. Just so the viewers understand this perfectly, the next step here, it would go back to the same judges that ruled that he should be extradited in the High Court. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That it's going to be Justice Holroyd and Chief Justice Ian Burnett.
So so here I just want to show you and the viewers, we have an article from Reuters, and in Reuters they say that in terms of what comes next for Assange, they say that the extradition decision will now need to be ratified by Interior Minister Priti Patel, so the Home Secretary, after which Assange can try to challenge the decision by judicial review. A judicial review involves a judge examining the legitimacy of a public body's decision. So that's what Reuters says. And when it comes to the Associated Press say that Assange's next move is he could take his case to the European Court of Human Rights. So, what can we see next in terms of where this case goes? What can Assange and his legal team do?
Well, I think that it all depends on whether those judges in the High Court accept to hear a cross appeal, and it's going to be terribly embarrassing. There's things like breaching lawyer-client privilege and being spied upon by the CIA, and plots to assassinate Assange, and even do something, one would think, something sinister with his baby, because they were going after the DNA of the baby. So, this is we're on eggs. I would be happy to get this stage over with if I knew that his cross appeal, and when all of those points that where the lower court judge ruled against him, these are really important issues, and there's a lot more evidence that has come through from that case that of the spying on him in the embassy, and all his guests and family and all that as well. So that has really advanced that case. We know a lot more about it now. So there were already in the lower court hearing back last year in September, there were already witnesses who had come forward who worked for that company. So it was very solid. And really all this stuff has to be heard, because they're perversions, gross perversions of justice. And there are issues that involve the UK intelligence services. This plot to, which was supported by 30 former and current even state officials from the CIA, from the State Department. They had asked the UK intelligence services, if there was a shootout in London, if Assange tried to. That's another story, which was rather fantastic. But if the Russians were going to spirit him away to Washington, and would the UK and intel services do the shooting, because it wouldn't look good if the Americans were shooting on British soil, and the UK intel services agreed. So it is so stacked against Assange. I mean, I am an Australian citizen. He is my compatriot. I know his family. I take this very hard. And I think that things are changing a little bit in Australia, but what does it matter? We're just treated like a vassal state. And we even have our own politicians fighting, alongside Blinken, for press freedom around the world. And, the ones at the very top are not doing anything that would help Assange. There are the Deputy Prime Minister is, and we've got a big cross-parliamentary group, and this kind of thing is happening in parliaments all over the world, because I sense that justice is not being done here. It's being really perverted. This is not just a prosecution, but a terrible persecution. A mobbing by multiple states, as Nils Melzer has said, torture, psychological torture, and worse, he's had a stroke. This is a very ill man. Was a big strapping man when he went over there, and he's just, he's a shadow of him. You've seen him, Richie, what he looks like now, how much weight he's lost, pale as death, glazed look, having a stroke in front of our eyes. It was very hard to watch as journalists. So, I fear for this man. I would love to have that cross appeal and have all these things discussed. We're dying for that kind of justice. But it's these same people who may just say no, Sir Alan Duncan type of people, one of the British senior servants that was very instrumental in arranging that Julian be evicted from the Ecuadorian embassy, working with the president of Ecuador. Disgusting business, really. And I'm British as well, and I'm ashamed of my other nationality.
Same, yeah. I mean, it's. I think this is really. Again, I think it's shameful that Australia doesn't take care of its own citizen, and I think it's shameful that this is happening in our country as British citizens, that we're allowing this to happen at all, but no less in the middle of London. Like it's right there in broad daylight. It's truly something to behold, and I hope current generations and future generations really see this for what it is, which is a mobbing. It's a witch hunt, as you eloquently put it, and I wholeheartedly share your sentiment in terms of seeing that cross appeal happen, because it's been extremely frustrating seeing them kind of pick apart his mental health and make this about like, oh, well, he's not really suicidal. He can look forward to going to jail in Australia, as the lead prosecutor said. I mean, just the most outrageous things. So it'd be finally nice to see some discussion about, the press freedoms, the attack on not just the journalistic profession, but him as an individual, his family, the spying, all the things that you mentioned. That would be very important. Could I just read a statement? Sorry, go ahead, Kathy.
I just wanted to add one thing, about the suicide matter. So Quentin Dealey, who was one of the psychiatrists who examined him, who's a world expert on autism, he made the point that Julian would suicide even learning that his extradition was imminent. He wouldn't make it out of the UK. And Judge Baresa accepted that view.
Yeah.
So, it's irrelevant what they're saying, his conditions that he can look forward to in the US, because Dealey and Judge Baresa, the lower court magistrate, said that, it was likely he wouldn't leave the UK. He would leave it in a box, perhaps, repatriated to Australia. Yeah, the deceased groom.
It's something that I think a lot of people, they don't understand or take perhaps a bit too lightly, because again, the way we saw him when we were watching via, we were attending the court remotely and could see him on the screen. Again, I take absolutely no pleasure in saying this, and I don't mean in any kind of insulting way, but he really looked terrible. I think that's a testament to what they're doing to him. The not just psychological, the physical effects of it. It's quite daunting, really.
Yeah.
If I could just read this statement quickly. This is from WikiLeaks. They're quoting Julian Assange's lawyer, Barry Pollock. Quote, Mr. Assange will continue the legal process fighting his extradition to the United States to face criminal charges for publishing truthful and newsworthy information. So how long do you think this process is going to take now? Because whether it's a cross appeal or whatever the next step is, because what we've seen is it's quite drawn out, right, to say the least.
If it's allowed to go ahead in the UK, I think it could still take another 1 to 2 years. Well, certainly, it's not going to stop the wedding from happening. A lot of people are worried about that, because they've got 4 weeks in which they can apply for leave to appeal to the High Court, to probably Priti Patel. So, they could just delay that. I don't know if they will. They might try to get it in as soon as possible, but, I would be delaying it for that month so that, there's going to be a moment, at least, of happiness.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned the 4 weeks that they have, and here's also a tweet from Hamid Al-Mazi, who's also been covering the case, and he said that very frustrating decision by the UK Supreme Court, but this isn't the end of the road. Once Westminster Magistrates Court directs the case to the Home Secretary, to Priti Patel, the defense will have 4 weeks to submit arguments for her to reject extradition. Defense can also file appeals on grounds that they originally lost on, as we were talking about just before. And so in terms of the European Court of Human Rights, I mean, that's really the end of the road. That's really the last stop, I think, right? First, it will be trying to do a cross appeal. Yep.
Yeah, and you're right to point out that those are 2 separate processes. Making applications to or representations to Priti Patel about the Supreme Court judgment, and then application for the cross appeal. So that will draw it out longer. But then if it is approved, it could take another, 6 months or more even before it comes up. And then it could that part, if that cross appeal happens, I estimate that could happen take place for a very long time. There's a lot of issues to contest. But then they may only be granted permission on 1 or 2, but I don't know. It seems to me there's at least 3 that couldn't be refused.
What points do you think that Assange's lawyers could bring up in a potential cross appeal? Which ones do you think would not be refused?
Well, the generic one of spying on the defence, I think that one, breaching lawyer-client privilege,
Right.
it's the biggest no-no of all.
Yeah, in every
A lot of the other,
jurisdiction.
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
No, I just wanted to point out,
Oh,
like,
in
it's a
every,
violation. Yeah, British common law, right to due process in the U.S., the EU. There's not one thing, one jurisdiction you can point at and say where breaking client attorney privilege is okay. It's big no, as you said.
it's never okay anywhere, not in any country. So the whole judicial system breaks down if there's going to be an exception where that is okay. But yet Judge Baraitser almost, in her commentary, almost alluded to some kind of exception, because she said, well, I'm not surprised. They must have had really serious security concerns. Does national security override the client-lawyer privilege? That would be a precedent, but that would be the one that I would bet on being the most likely to succeed. Other points are arguable, but you've got the discrepancy between extradition for political offences in the extradition treaty between the UK and US. It's prohibited for political offences.
It is.
But then there's the Extradition Act, which is their domestic act. Now, everything in the treaty and the act should be compatible, but there you go. There's a bit of text missing where the political offence has kind of been airbrushed out. So you've got that conflict that they were arguing, and the judge in the lower court said, I'm going to prefer the act. So that is something that they will argue on political offences for the appeal. I have the list here of all the things that they're going to try on, but I think that the probably the whole intrusion not only into the defence, spying on the defence, but all of the visitors there, those people were not under suspicion, I mean, it so violates, isn't it, your Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure?
I think, that might be it.
It certainly does.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look up pictures so people can see the spying in the Ecuadorian embassy. How they took apart, for example, Stefania Morizzi's phone. What excuse do they have for that? The cameras also that they installed everywhere. I mean, it's quite extensive. And Glenn Greenwald, I believe he was also spied on. So that's another one you think they're gonna bring up.
Well, I mean, that's a complicated one. I mean, the spying and the assassination attempt are kind of linked. Plot, I should say, are linked together, of course, because it's the same organisation. I don't know. There's one thing that really bothers me the most, and that is that if the CIA spied on Assange and his lawyers and all visitors, it is particularly concerning that the CIA, according to the testimony of Maureen Baird, also get to decide that he gets shut away forever, to decide on whether he gets a special administrative measures.
Right.
So, it's just too easy. How can that, the end-to-end stitch-up be possible? So but it's a very complicated thing to argue, I imagine. But I think if you just attack it at that end, there is evidence that the defence were spied upon, and they've got it, and they've got the witnesses as well. So that might be the one to really challenge. And that case, as I said, has advanced in Spain, so there's a lot more evidence to bring to it.
Yeah. Again, just for those who perhaps aren't too familiar, this is in regards to MCC. So that's a Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. Maureen Baird, she used to be the warden of that prison, and she had prisoners in her facility who were in pre-trial SAMs. So SAMs being special administrative measures, and of course as Kathy correctly points out, the decision whether to put someone under SAMS in the United States, it lies with the Attorney General, but there can also be input from the CIA. So, that's a ridiculous conflict of interest when the CIA is spying on Assange. They have an axe to grind with him, and at the same time they're going to decide whether he's put in the worst prison conditions in the U.S. I mean, it speaks for itself, really. It doesn't really need any further elaboration. But Kathy, what do you think Priti Patel is going to do? I mean, I know the answer, but what do you think she'll do if the extradition request lands on her desk for Assange?
Oh, off with his head, no doubt.
Yeah. I wanted to show something to the viewers just to jog their memories. How Priti Patel was basically saying that, journalists who reveal secrets, government secrets, she was advising that they face 14 years in prison. Under these proposed revisions to the Official Secrets Act. Again, forgive me for pulling up the Daily Mail, but it was the first article that came up. But just to refresh your memories, guys. So this is from July 2021, just last year. We were talking about this, right? So she's the kind of person who wants journalists to go to jail for doing what Assange did. So yeah, I mean, we can guess what kind of treatment she's going to give him and what she'd do if the extradition request landed on her desk. So, yeah.
I think this conflict of interest that you call it that, well, that's where maybe that can come into the argument of whether he would get a fair trial or not.
Of course. Yeah. Because they also stole his possessions, right? When he was arrested, that famous video where he's being pulled out of the embassy, dragged out of the embassy. My recollection, again, correct me if I'm wrong, my recollection is that they gave his possessions. The Ecuadorians handed those over to the Americans. And they did that before the Americans had even unsealed an indictment. Why would you do that? I mean, even if they had unsealed an indictment, it would still be illegal. But I think that speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yes, well, that's Gareth Pierce's Julian's lawyer. Mm-hmm. So that's her testimony that was submitted right at the end, if you remember, where she talks about the thieving of documents, and they were taken by the Ecuadorian services first and then handed over to the Americans, which, legal papers and everything, it's an outrage. It's an outrage. Every aspect of it is an outrage. That's why, my goodness, look, it will be great if there is a cross appeal. That will really be the trial of the century. But the prosecution, if you remember, James Lewis QC was arguing that battle belongs in the US because it's essentially a struggle between the Espionage Act and the First Amendment, right? Mm-hmm. But it's, he's being offered up, but within the context of an espionage court, which is its strict liability context. So, within that context as well, it can't be a fair fight. It can't be a fair trial either. Yep. There's no possibility. Your motivation for doing what you did because it was in the public interest is irrelevant in the espionage court. So even though there's a jury, we also wonder, how many will be from the, the national security establishment, in that area that's made, where around the Pentagon, not so far from, is it's likely to be largely made up of national security employees as well. So, is there a fair chance of how did Judge Baretzer actually managed to rule against that argument that there wouldn't be a fair trial? I just don't understand.
Yeah, me neither. Again, just to tell those who aren't aware, what Kathy's referring to in terms of the jury, there's a reason they call that the Eastern District Court the espionage court, because it's in Virginia. So you have all the employees or friends of employees or family of employees who work at the CIA and other government agencies. So, obviously, if you have someone who's been spied on by the CIA, and then people who are sympathetic to the U.S. government and who hate Assange, and they're on the jury. Obviously, they're going to behead Assange, figuratively speaking. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, and this is a big point that's been raised by Assange's lawyers. It's not a fair trial. I think if an American was being extradited to another country, which is very rare, very, very rare, they would immediately throw this out as being a violation of their right to due process. And I think the same would happen in the EU. I can just remember Abu Qattada, this Jordanian cleric, this Al-Qaeda figure who was in the UK. One of the reasons that they couldn't send him to Jordan for many years was because they said that the EU ruled that he would not have a fair trial in Jordan. And then the UK amended the entire extradition treaty with Jordan just for him, so that any evidence obtained by torture couldn't be used against him. And then finally he was extradited, and of course he didn't serve any time, so he's free now. Which again, he was also in the same prison as Julian, in Belmarsh prison, and he was allowed out on house arrest. So the UK government, our government, is letting out terrorists from Al Qaeda on house arrest, but not journalists from the same prison. I think that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes.
Meanwhile, the prison is not allowing Julian and Stella to marry in the chapel, and they're even thinking about whether she's allowed to have a bouquet of flowers. I mean,
really?
Yes.
It's that petty.
Yeah, it's that punitive.
Wow.
And of course, this bad news comes on the day that they announce, their wedding.
Of course, yeah. I also noticed that. I was like, that's the first thing I thought of. Actually, I was like, didn't they just say they're getting married? I mean, that's ruined now.
Yeah.
That's it's really a huge loss, not just for I think the judicial process, for journalism, but for Assange personally as well. Kathy, can I perhaps pick your brain? Are there any other things you wanted to touch on that we didn't mention, or any final thoughts that you have about this UK Supreme Court decision?
Not really, no. There is one more thing that may be of relevance. We may have a new government in Australia fairly soon. Mm-hmm. The likelihood of that is very high. So we're going to switch. And the other side, the Labour Party, are much more sympathetic to Assange.
Right.
Generally speaking, oh yeah. There's a lot of Labour Party members, really strong ones as well, like Julian Hill, MP, who we've had on Consortium News on CN Live. So those people are very strong voices in the Labour Party, and they support Julian. So if we get a change of government here, it might be happy days. Because,
how big? How big is the chance that they win?
This big. Yes, Scott Morrison is doing very, very badly. Everything he does, every time he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it, as they say. Yeah, he's not exactly the best speaker. Never mind everything else, but yeah. Well, he's just done very badly on the floods. He did badly on the bushfires. He did badly on the vaccines didn't come to Australia. We didn't get them until the end of the year, sort of thing. I think we were at least 6 months behind you guys. I don't know where you are, whether you're in the UK or not, but
I'm based in Vienna.
You're in Vienna.
Yeah.
But, everybody had the vaccines and we still didn't have them, But fortunately we didn't have COVID. But also the quarantine centres, the government were responsible for building them, and we had 28 leaks from these shoddy quarantine centres, which were just hotels.
Refugees. The refugees Park Hotel. That's terrible. Yeah.
The guy locked in a room for 9 years. He's free now. You know that?
Yeah. I interviewed him just a few weeks ago. They've been through hell. These guys through hell. Honestly, 9 years in detention just for seeking asylum. I mean, this is scandalous. I'm heartbroken for them. It's really.
No, our governments, successive governments, have been very cruel to refugees, and it's the same story as Julian. A deterrent. Mm-hmm. For him, it's a deterrent against other journalists from giving us the truth again. My
Right.
God, how we need Julian and WikiLeaks. We've got WikiLeaks, but my God, they're being drained trying to defend Julian and
Yep.
getting trying to get help in relation to these enormous legal fees, which has been successful recently. Great funding
Yes.
come through the Assange deal, but also to get people like Professor Koppelman to step in and a world leading psychiatrist and have a win, and all that didn't matter. So you see, this is just the most ugly show trial in history, I think, with so many different countries participating and such cruelty towards one person. But as I say, if we have this change of government, which may come reasonably soon, within the next few months, we're waiting for an election to be called now. Joe Laurier, you're in the frame. He's getting ready for another broadcast.
He's gonna come on
live.
just now. Yeah. We're gonna have you. I'm gonna have the pleasure to have you both on. So that's great.
No, he's too busy.
I'm coming on now with Richard.
Oh, he is. Oh,
Yeah.
That's great. Well, that means I can have a bit of a rest because
Yes.
I'm dead on my
I appreciate your
feet.
time, Kathy. You're very kind. Thank you for coming on at such short notice. Thank you.
No worries. You're going to do green screen? You can come here if you want.
All right, guys. So I'll give them a moment to set up, but that was Kathy Vogan from Consortium News. I'm going to put up her Twitter on the screen so you can go follow her if you want. They do great work, really great work at Consortium News. Here's the website. Again, that's consortiumnews.com. Really, really exemplary work. And they're, both Kathy and Joey and a lot of contributors at Consortium. They're very well versed with the Assange case. They know their stuff. And again, it's great speaking to them. So Joey will be on in a moment. I see we have almost 700 people watching. Make sure you guys have hit the like button because we need to fight the algorithm. And again, we're going to keep talking about Assange. GW, thank you for the generous donation. GW says, Assange has put his life on the altar of governmental review. We all get to see. Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. And unfortunately, he's the sacrificial lamb. And it's just terrible what's happening. When we say the punishment is the process, you can see, because as we were just talking with Kathy, even like hypothetically, if the EU, the European Court of Human Rights rules in his favor, or let's say even in the cross appeal, whatever happens, you still can't deny the guy has spent, 10 years now, almost 10 years being persecuted. I mean, it's the toll that takes on someone, and I've seen him with my own eyes. He does not look well. Again, you didn't need me to tell you that. It's quite obvious, but nevertheless, really, really terrible. And of course, what does this do for journalism? I mean, the British government are letting this happen in broad daylight. The judicial system is failing, in my opinion. I don't think this is a fair trial. I think this is a show trial. Kathy just called it that as well. It really is a show trial. Trust me, I've been there. And none of this is good. None of this is okay. None of this is according to the book. Usually, one of these things that's happened to Assange would be enough to throw the whole case out. Really. Just the violation of his, client attorney privilege. The fact that, they've spied on him. They've spied on his lawyers. They recorded their conversations in the embassy with microphones that were hidden on the fire extinguisher, the women's, the ladies' room, and also, of course, they had directional microphones pointed at the windows to counter the white noise machine, and then you put stickers on to fix that because Assange was trying to jam the signal, essentially. I mean, this is really something out of a spy thriller, but it's not a joke. This is real, and we have people who are working in the embassy. I was sitting in the court in London, and we heard their testimony being read out, these Spanish employees from UC Global. UC Global is the company that does security in the embassy, the Ecuadorian embassy. So these guys were working there when the spying was happening. They helped to orchestrate it, and they testified anonymously. and certified that there was a plan to not just spy on him, which they did. There was also a plan to steal his kid's diaper. They wanted the DNA. I mean, just the most sick, twisted stuff imaginable. And they were even discussing a plan to maybe kidnap or poison him. I know there was this Yahoo News article that came out a few months ago, but we already knew this before. We knew that this plan was real. That just corroborated it. And then Mike Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State, he comes out and says that anyone who revealed this should be prosecuted. Well, you've just kind of admitted indirectly that it's all true, because why would you prosecute someone for revealing something false? In any case, the fact of the matter is, this is there's nothing good about this case. There's nothing legal or no semblance of a functioning judicial system, unfortunately. So again, thank you, GW, for your kind donation. This is for Claudia Modding Wellard. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You guys have been very generous joining on Patreon. We actually have Chris, who's just joined. I won't play a crab dance just yet. We'll leave that to the end because I want to bring Joey on. I'm also going to bring on David Mendoza. So again, for those of you who don't know, I'm just going to recap, because a big part of the Assange case right now is the High Court accepted these assurances, okay, that were given by the United States. And what are these assurances? Well, basically, the United States said, okay, fine. You think that Assange is going to kill himself because he's suicidal, and you think that U.S. prisons are so bad. So what we're going to do is we'll promise you that we won't put Assange in special administrative measures, which is a nice way of saying that you're completely isolated, right? It's the worst. It's the worst designation that they can put you in the U.S. prison system, and they have many of them actually. They have SAMs, they have CMUs, a communication management unit. They have special housing units. These are all various kinds of solitary confinement, and it's really horrible. But in any case, the United States said we won't put him in SAMs, and we'll even let him serve his sentence in his home country, Australia. Now, you can't trust the United States because, first of all, the assurances are a joke. If you actually read them, in the assurance itself, in the same sentence, they're putting a disclaimer. They're saying, yeah, we won't put Assange under SAMs unless he does something that would warrant the imposition of SAMs. That's first of all, that's extremely vague. Second of all, who gets to decide that Assange goes into SAMs? The CIA. They have input with the Attorney General. So the CIA was spying on this guy. They obviously hate his guts because he published CIA documents. So obviously the CIA is going to recommend they put him in SAMs. That's a no-brainer. You cannot seriously think that Assange is going to be on U.S. soil and then the CIA is just going to be like, no, we're good. Keep him in in low security or something. Of course not. They're going to put him not just in one of the worst prisons in ADX. They're going to put him in SAMs specifically. And so let me read it to you. You guys need to see this for yourselves. Let me read to you the assurance. So this is the U.S. assurance. Okay, I'm just pulling it up for you. So this is the article that I wrote. It says, quote, in the event that after entry of this assurance, he, meaning Assange, was to commit any future act that met the test for the imposition of a SAM. So again, this is worthless. It's a worthless assurance. It doesn't mean anything. The U.S. is giving itself a backdoor right there in the text, right? Because then if they put him in SAMs, and then people start asking, hey, what's going on? Why did you put Assange in SAMs? Didn't you promise you won't put him in SAMs? The U.S. can say, yes, but he did something that forced us to put him in there, which I don't know what that could be anything. They don't even specify. And so the thing about Australia, that's also a lie, because you can't just say, yeah, we're going to send Assange to the moon, or we're going to send him to Zimbabwe or Mongolia or Australia or Norway or, any country. The other country has to agree. It's a sovereign country. It has to accept the prison transfer. And Australia said nothing. Australia has said literally nothing. So, unless Australia agrees as well, that's worthless. And again, the Assange's lawyers, they raised they cited a case in court when they were talking about these assurances, and it was about Mendoza, David Mendoza. And again, here's this picture. So he's going to come on shortly, okay? And I published documents from Mendoza's extradition because he was sent from Spain to the U.S. for drug trafficking. And they didn't just give him assurances. Here's the note from the U.S. State Department, which they don't want you to see, but I got it. Here's the document. They didn't just give him assurances that he could serve his sentence back in Spain. They even gave him a contract. They literally signed a contract. Here's the contract. There you go. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Let me scroll down. Here's the contract. That's a signature. That's a signature of the Spanish police. That's David Mendoza's signature, and that's the U.S. Embassy signature. That's a contract that they have to send him back to serve a sentence in Spain. Do you think the U.S. sent him back to Spain? Nope. Nope, they didn't. They broke this contract. So my point, the point of this is that even when the U.S. gives assurances, and on top of that, even a contract, a signed contract, they break it anyway. So how can you trust the ones that are being given to Assange? You can't. You absolutely can't. In any case, I want to bring on Joey Loria. He's also from Consortium News, and he should be on with us in a moment. I've just brought him into the room. Hi, Joey. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I got to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you as well. How are you, Richard?
I'm great. How are you?
Okay, it's not very good news for Assange, obviously.
Yeah. What's your initial reaction to the news we've got?
I have to say that I was wrong. I thought that the Supreme Court would accept this appeal simply to go through the motions. I wasn't confident that they would rule in his favor, but I thought they wanted to make it appear that at least they were giving him due process and that they were not going to just shove him off to the U.S. without letting him exhaust every avenue possible. So that surprised me that they decided not to accept the High Court's invitation to them to allow him to appeal to the Supreme Court based on the that one point of law that they raised, and that's the issue of when an assurance should be given. Of course, Assange's lawyers argued that assurance that Assange would not be put into special administrative measures and that he'd be given health care should have been given during the substantive case. The magistrate's court, the judge there, Vanessa Breitzer, of course, in January 2021, agreed not to send Assange to the U.S., but purely on the basis of his mental state and the condition of U.S. prisons. It was only after that decision was made that the U.S. came up with these diplomatic assurances, and Assange's lawyers argued before the High Court that they were trying to relitigate the case. Because they'd lost, they decided to come up with these promises. James Lewis, the prosecutor for the U.S., did argue that there was case law to show that, in fact, it could be given at any point in the process. But that was something that we would have liked to have seen the Supreme Court handle and decide upon.
Yeah, I mean, Joey, you remember during the extradition hearing in late 2020, the U.S. prosecutors, they weren't just saying that here's some assurances. They didn't say that. They were actually saying that SAMs are good, right? We had this also statement from Kronberg that they have arts and crafts and just the most ridiculous thing in this point system that you can like kind of if you behave well, they'll lift certain restrictions. Except no one's ever succeeded at that.
Ping pong. You forgot the ping pong.
No, bingo.
Yeah, and I think bingo as well, maybe. So yeah, I mean, this was a holiday camp. I mean, that Gordon Kronberg, who is the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor at the time of Assange, it's extraordinary the things he said to try to get away with this. Obviously Breitzer didn't buy that. She didn't buy that there was ping pong and bingo, and she decided that he should not go to those kinds of prisons. And that was a great moment of elation for the people who support Assange, because it looked like he wasn't going to go, but then the U.S. appealed. And the High Court sided with the U.S., and that was a bad moment. And of course, Assange's team then asked to appeal that to the Supreme Court based on this, on several points. But that was the one that the High Court allowed, that the Supreme Court should decide whether assurances should be given during the initial hearing or was it okay to do it afterward. Now, the letter that was put out by Assange's lawyers just an hour or so ago it does indicate at the end that they are going to try this cross appeal. Of course, the High Court has to decide whether to accept that or not. Given that the Supreme Court did not accept his decision, I am not very optimistic that the High Court will allow this cross appeal to go forward. There's some extraordinary points here. I know Kathy went over some of them with you. It was at the time of Barretta's ruling, it was mixed feelings of Assange's supporters, because while it was good news that she said he couldn't go to the US, she also sided on every point that the United States had made in their legal arguments, and that was very bad for journalism. She even said at one point that, this is extraordinary, in her 132-page ruling, that in regards to talk of assassinations, this was before the Yahoo story, but it was already brought up in the case. It was already known from the case in Spain, the UC Global case, that there was talk of poisoning or kidnapping Assange. We reported on that. A lot of people did. I think you did at the time, back in September 2020. She said, well, given his activities, the US had a reason to be concerned. That was her reaction to the evidence that was given in her court that the US was actually considering kidnapping and poisoning Assange. So it was an horrendous ruling, even though she barred his extradition. And now they may, if this cross appeal goes forward, there will be numerous points that they will try to raise. One of them being, of course, that it's a political offense. The client attorney privilege being violated in the embassy. And the whole point of journalism being something that should not be criminalized. And as the Official Secrets Act now stands in Britain, and it has to be, of course, there has to be dual criminality in an extradition case. What the U.S. is alleging is a crime in the U.S. has to also be a crime in Britain. They are now rewriting or redrafting a new Official Secrets Act that will make it abundantly clear that anyone, including a journalist, there's no carve out for them, who possesses and disseminates state secrets could be prosecuted. So that was another point the Assange's lawyers could argue in a cross appeal. Again, I'm not confident the High Court will accept this cross appeal, or that it would certainly win, being that it's two judges that already decided against, in favor of the U.S., that overthrew Barretta's initial decision.
Yep. It doesn't inspire much confidence, honestly. I'm also a bit pessimistic at this point. Can I just read a statement here from Reporters Without Borders? They said that RSF is deeply disappointed by the UK Supreme Court's refusal to consider Julian Assange's extradition appeal. We urge the Home Office, so that's the department that Priti Patel heads as Home Secretary. They say, we urge the Home Office to act in the interests of journalism and press freedom by blocking extradition and releasing Assange from prison. So what do you think is, what's the next step if the cross appeal isn't very likely? What do you think is the next step after that? European Court of Human Rights? That's the last recourse.
Yes, it is. And I don't think they could stop him from doing that appeal. So this could drag out quite a lot more time. And given his health in the prison, that's not good news either. But the question is whether, if the European Court decides in Assange's favor, whether Britain will accept that ruling. There have been several instances in the past where they are not very friendly towards that court. It has nothing to do with Brexit, by the way. They joined that court way before the European Union was formed, so they can't make that argument. But Britain could just decide not to follow that decision of the European Court and send him to the US. I think it looks very bad right now that Julian Assange will wind up in the United States at some point. And the Supreme Court was really his last hope. And again, I'm really surprised they didn't accept his appeal. Again, just to show that they were going through the motions, giving him the due process so that they wouldn't be criticized for railroading him to Alexandria, Virginia. And it looks like that even if the court in Europe goes on his side, I'm not sure that will help him very much.
How is it that we know the UK is as you mentioned, it's part of the Council of Europe, so it's a party to the European Court of Human Rights. But how is it possible that the UK can just decide not to follow the ruling?
Well, I did some looking into that. I can't recall exactly what the obligations are. Uh, it could be something along the lines of when the UN committee decided that he was being held on arbitrary detention. They just ignored that. I don't know if there's what the enforcement mechanism would be from the European Court to force a country to follow its decision. I don't know if there is one. I think they could just ignore it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm afraid of. I think they have in the past ignored rulings of the European Court.
Yeah. And this UK Supreme Court decision, what do you think led to the denial? Because a lot of people feel that the system is rigged. They think that the judges have it in for Assange, or that they're being given orders from high up. I mean, again, we're just speculating here, but what are your thoughts on that, Joey?
I think that they are ignoring him, and they are biased against him. I think that's obviously clear. And the fact that the Supreme Court wouldn't take this case makes that even clearer. And that's quite unfortunate for the future of journalism and Julian Assange.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sorry, continue.
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean the Supreme Court, by the way, that would have been televised. My understanding is the only court in Britain that's on television is the Supreme Court. I don't know if that figured into their decision. They didn't want the public to see this because the coverage in the mainstream media, as we all know, has been quite bad about this case in terms of its substance. There hasn't been a lot of it. And the New York Times, I have to say, for example, has brought up the issues of press freedom whenever they have covered Assange's cases. But if that were on TV and the world could see this, it might be outraged. And the courts do respond to public pressure, whatever they say. They are very well aware of that. So I just don't understand why they didn't take the case, because they could have, again, shown that they were allowing him every opportunity that he could have legally, and that they decided not to shows that this was a foregone conclusion. I got that feeling with the High Court as well, that it was a foregone conclusion that they would accept a U.S. appeal and order him to be extradited. And no one should have any faith, by the way, in Priti Patel.
Right, I was going to ask you what you think about her.
Yeah.
And
deciding, we're not going to send him for the health reasons. It's not the Lori Love case. The Lori Love case, the parallels are quite stark there, because there was a case where he was not extradited for health reasons to go to a U.S. prison. Very similar to the Assange case. The difference is Lori Love is not Julian Assange. The U.S. could afford to expend with Lori Love. Julian Assange is too big to free. He is someone that they need to put in jail to make an example to other people, to stop him from doing his work, which they already have succeeded, unfortunately, in doing. And, in moments like this, with war in Ukraine, war is still going on in Yemen and in Syria, and in other places around the world where the U.S. is involved, having Julian Assange out of the way is quite convenient for the United States. That clearly, this guy was a huge threat to them, because the mainstream media doesn't do its job. It doesn't report salient facts about U.S. behavior around the world. And here comes Julian Assange uncovering all of that, doing the job that mainstream journalism should be doing all along. And we see this in the Ukraine war now, where the idea that the fact of the U.S. involvement in a coup to overthrow a democratic elected president in Ukraine in 2014, which started all this, the fact that the coup government then launched a war against people in the Donbass, Russian ethnic Ukrainians who resisted that coup and wanted to stick with the democratic choice that they had made in the presidential election, and the fact that there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. All of this is not to be found in the mainstream media reporting. So you get people on social media saying that you're crazy for mentioning this. It's not true. There are no Nazis. There was no coup. And it was a Russian invasion of Donbass, not Russia helping the people there to defend themselves. So this is a good example of how, when things are left out, you change completely the narrative of something that's happening. You don't understand, the public cannot understand what's going on when these important facts are left out. It's what the idea now we have is that Vladimir Putin woke up one morning and looked at a map and said, well, which country am I going to invade today? Okay, I'll go for Ukraine. I mean, he's just a madman. You could disagree with the invasion, and a lot of people saying it's illegal, and that's a fine point. If you explain why, by the way, if you go and look at Article 51 of the UN Charter about self-defense, if you look at the just war theory, if you even examine responsibility to protect, although Russia did not go to the Security Council for an authorization, he would never have gotten it. Obviously, the US and UK and France would have vetoed it. But you can't leave these important facts out of the story. And this is what happened in the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. It was only Sy Hersh who revealed the torture in Abu Ghraib, for example, and Assange, who blasted this information out, and the papers like the New York Times had to publish what Assange reported, what Sy Hersh came up with, because they could not be found to be suppressing that. But it disappeared, Richard. It's gone from the understanding in the mainstream now of the conduct of the US in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and what's really going on in Ukraine. And so that's the value of WikiLeaks, to have filled those gaps, to have told the real story, and for a government to claim that they're for press freedom, to be putting this man in jail and to have him being sent to the US where he will be without question convicted and thrown in prison for the rest of his life, however long that will be, is just such extraordinary hypocrisy, and it's totalitarian behavior. It really goes to the question of whether US and Britain are really democracies at all. Because if you do this to Julian Assange, there's no longer a strong argument. And we see also with the kinds of official kinds of and corporate censorship going on. It's a word I didn't like to use. I think I call it the C word. I think people scream right away, censorship, and sometimes it's not. But in this case, it is no doubt about it anymore.
Of course.
I was on with George Galloway early today, taping his show, and it's just, we talked about the censorship issue. And there's no doubt that that's what's going on here. They have covered up the fact that Nazis are fighting, neo-Nazis, self-declared with all the regalia, are fighting in this war. They took place in the coup. They took place in the war against Donbass. They're taking place in this war right now. They're taking part in this war right now. And to say that they don't even exist, even though the New York Times, the BBC, the Daily Telegraph, and CNN in 2014 all ran long pieces about the existence of these Nazis. They already put that on the record, and now it's gone. It's gone. And this is what Assange has done. And that's why they have to stop him. And this is just a criminal behavior to cover up their own crimes. I mean, any gang would, any organized crime would, of course, and they kill journalists all the time if they expose their crimes. And this is, I'm sorry to say, the same exact behavior by the US government and the British government.
Yeah, absolutely. I always look at it through that lens as well. I mean, it's the similarities between organized crime and how they operate it is organized crime, literally. And they, as they would say in the mob, they need to tie up loose ends in this case. And I think you put it very, very eloquently, Joey, because you showed us what it looks like, the atmosphere, the climate that we're in right now, when you don't have journalism, public service journalism, educating people. It's a very desolate and disastrous consequence to keep the public misinformed or uninformed like that. And I think it's scandalous, what they're doing with Ukraine. It reminds me a lot of with Syria. You couldn't point out that a lot of these so-called moderate rebels are Al-Qaeda or, they're with its affiliates, Jaish al-Islam and others that are funded by Saudi and Qatar. And that you'd say that and they would look at you like you had just insulted their mother or something, or you're a madman and, oh, you're an Assadist. And now it's the same thing. We're in this phase where if you point out the truth, which, as you said, the mainstream media even did reports about this, until it became inconvenient 3 weeks ago. You're Kremlin apologists and so on. And even Assange, they also accuse him of being a Russian asset because he exposed truths that they don't want to hear.
I have to say I had this thought, but I have no way to know. But given what's going on with this incredible anti-Russian hysteria that's happening right now against the people, Russian people, not the government,
Yeah.
not just Putin. It's the firing of music conductors, the Tchaikovsky being thrown off of
It's
programs.
ridiculous.
With the Assange smear of him being a Russian agent. Yeah, I wonder if the Supreme Court didn't feel emboldened in this case, in this atmosphere, to also say, screw this guy. We're not going to give him 2 minutes. You know, the political atmosphere that we're in now is something I've never experienced. I briefly did experience it in the lead up to the Iraq War, the
Yeah.
invasion 2003. It was a scary time to be in the United States. But this is something way beyond that. And it's worse than McCarthyism. You know, I was born after the McCarthyist period, and I always wondered what it'd be like to have lived through that. And now I don't have to wonder anymore. I know what it's like. I think it's worse because McCarthyism just targeted individuals who were in Hollywood, who were in government agencies, even in the army. And that's when McCarthy was finally stopped when he accused of the army of having communists inside. It was targeted at those individuals, as horrible
Yeah.
as that was. But this is something an entire society now, with the technology of that they didn't have back in the 1950s to censor is so much easier now. Just you can get somebody to hack, as they did the Kremlin website. You can get corporate TV providers to take off RT America from their satellite and cable.
Yeah.
Broadcast, and that would collapse and destroyed RT, and it's never going to come back. They always wanted to do it, and they could only have done it with this invasion, which is why I firmly believe that the US wanted this invasion very desperately, because they could not launch the economic war, an unprecedented economic warfare against a nation, and they cannot have then bogged down Russia in an insurgency, which it looks like from all intents and purposes. And there were articles that came out at the time in Foreign Affairs and others about this insurgency that was published the day of the invasion. So that article was written and edited and waiting to be published. The US needed this invasion, and they allowed it to happen. They could have stopped it, and they could still stop it.
Yep.
They could stop this war by having serious negotiations with Russia on the new architecture of security in Europe, which even Macron, the French president, was arguing before the European Parliament and in his discussions with Putin before this phase of the war began. Because, by the way, this war has been going on for 8 years against Donbass, and Russia has intervened in a civil war. Of course, we're not seeing that. The war began on February 24th for everyone else. Macron was someone, and Schroeder, the German chancellor, also seemed to be open to this. The US now could start those negotiations. They could tell Zelensky to accept neutrality of Ukraine, not to join NATO. They can even allow those two provinces to become independent. The war would end, but the US wanted the war, and they certainly don't want to end this war. And the last thing they care about are the Ukrainian people, which really shows the hypocrisy of how they have whipped up an entire population, and also European populations, for extraordinary support for white Ukrainians who are dying. And I'm not belittling the suffering that's going on in Ukraine, but I should put it into perspective. If you read Western media, all you're hearing is that the Russians are purposely, wantonly, gratuitously targeting and killing civilians. When the UN reported on Friday, and the new numbers should come out today, that there were fewer than 600 people killed in the first 15 days of this war. Now, I'm sorry, every life is precious, and that's horrible. But in 15 days of war, there were 1,700 people who died of COVID-19 in Ukraine in those 15 days. The US, in the first month of the Iraq war, killed 4,300 civilians, according to a study that was published at the time. The way US conducts war is different than what Russia's trying to do here. They would perhaps even leave Zelensky in power if he agreed to their conditions, again, to become neutral and put it in the constitution of Ukraine. That means they would never join any alliance like NATO, let those two provinces be independent, and also, I forget the third one, but the thing is that
deploying NATO troops on the border. So they didn't want NATO troops in the neighboring countries.
That was in the treaty proposals that they put forward. I'm talking about the conditions now that the Russians have given to Zelensky,
yeah.
neutrality. Oh, and to recognize Crimea as part of Russia.
Right.
That's
Yep.
the third part of it. But don't forget, there was the Minsk Accords, which were concluded in 2014 and 2015, where those provinces would have stayed part of Ukraine. They would have been had autonomy, would have federalized Ukraine. And everyone agreed to that, including the Ukrainians. And Germany and France were supposed to administer this, and they never pressured Ukraine to accept it. And that's another thing the US could have done to prevent this Russian intervention, which would have been to force Zelensky and the Ukrainian government to implement Minsk, and we would not be where we are right now.
Yeah.
But none of this, you can't read this in the Times of London, can you, Richard?
No. It's forbidden. You know, it's it's wrong speak to say the truth. And again, you know, we're not minimizing what's happening in Ukraine, but I think it's so ignorant to treat the situation like a comic book where, you know, Putin is a madman and he just woke up in a bad mood and decided to invade a country. Like, why do they remove all the geopolitical context? How can you talk about international relations and not mention the international relations in it? It's so infuriating.
Absolutely. I mean, I know somebody, he was a Turkish diplomat, and he put out a tweet that this had only to do with the madman Putin. And I just couldn't believe that somebody who was a diplomat could not understand, as you just said, the geopolitical context of all of this. And without explaining that, that's what you're not allowed to put. That's what we're doing at Consortium News still, is to create the context, the background, the history, not to excuse or to, we're not coming out in favor of this intervention, but we're explaining it. We're trying to understand Russia's point of view, why Russia did what it did. You have to do that. And journalism is supposed to explain that, both sides of the story. That's journalism 101. There's at least two or more sides to a story. Now, when we hear what's going on, let's say in Mariupol, where Russia has called for these ceasefire corridors so that civilians can escape, the Ukrainians are saying that Russia is getting people to leave, luring them out so they can kill them as they're leaving. And this is being reported in the Wall Street Journal by a guy I used to know. I mean, I don't want to mention his name, Yaroslav. I knew him back at the UN in the 1990s. A horrible story where this idea that the Russians are luring people out so that they can kill them. And when Russia's side is that it's these neo-Nazi groups, particularly in Mariupol, the Azov battalion, that they are preventing people from leaving.
Yeah.
That's okay. Now, I don't really know what's going on the ground, to be honest with you. I can't tell. But what you want to do is report both sides. And then if you can verify any of it, you report that. If you can't, you should at least put both sides of the story in.
Right.
It's not being put in. This is where Julian Assange is missed. He gave us the other side of the story. And you have to wonder, I mean, WikiLeaks is still functioning, but they have put so much effort and money into defending Assange. You wonder if he was still working now, what could be leaked to him about this war right now, or the lead up to it, diplomatic cables, what was being said, you know, and we might find out that US officials really do know, obviously, what the story is. They're fooling the people by leaving this stuff out, but the American officials at high levels know this. They should know this. They have to know this. And that's what's not being reported. But if we saw them writing to one another on diplomatic cables, that they understood all this. And we have historical examples of that, where George Kennan, who was, of course, the American ambassador to the Soviet Union, and he was the guy who created the containment theory back at the beginning of the Cold War in the 1990s. He argued not to expand NATO. It would be disaster, and Russia would fight back at one day. Well, it's happening now. It's happening. So there were people even inside the American high levels who understood what Russia's position was and why it would be a mistake to expand NATO, and why it's a mistake to support this offensive, which was starting up just in the few days before Russia intervened. There was an offensive beginning. This is OSCE statistics that they came out with every day of ceasefire violations. The majority of them were done by the government side. And it looked to Russia like this offensive was beginning. And that's why they moved in. It was also some silly talk by Zelensky in the Munich Security Conference that
about nuclear weapons.
Maybe they should consider doing a nuclear weapon. And Putin had, in his speech, said that the infrastructure for building a bomb from the Soviet days was still there. in Ukraine. I mean, that was not an imminent thing, obviously. But these were some of the reasons Russia gave. And they barely wrote about Putin's speech in which he explained why he was going in. And when they did, they just dismissed it and ridiculed it. So this is not journalism. This is pushing the agenda of your government in foreign affairs. That's not what journalism is supposed to do. It's supposed to be neutral. You're not an American. You're not Britain. Britain. You are a journalist. You are neutral, and you try to explain the drama of an international conflict by showing what all sides are saying, what it looks like they're doing, instead of just your side of the story. And without Julian Assange, we're only going to get their side of the story.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking back to some of the cables that came out. I mean, we saw this email from Jake Sullivan, who's now the national security advisor, saying to Hillary Clinton, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. You know, they might be saying right now, the neo-Nazis, the Azov, are on our side in Ukraine. I mean, you know, this is the context that we need. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, the death squads in Nicaragua, jihadists in Syria, and Nazis in Ukraine. This is the U.S. playbook. They talk about Russia's playbook. Well, Russia must have a playbook, but America has certainly one, and we see it. And that's what they do. They will make, and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, they will use in short term, make alliances with any bloodthirsty group if it helps American interests. And then they forget about them. And a lot of these groups turn against the U.S. then. I mean, it's just ridiculously stupid policy by the United States. And that is the example, of course, out of Afghanistan came Al-Qaeda, which then became a useful ally in Syria. And I had American diplomat at the U.S. mission admit that to me off the record when I was back there. I even told Susan Rice, why are you using these kinds of groups? This was an off the record background briefing with a bunch of reporters from the UN, which I probably still shouldn't talk about, but who gives a damn at this point. And she said, we're not using them. She didn't like the term I said use. She didn't deny that there was this alliance, but she didn't like that I say that the U.S. is using them. So, you know, the fact is they're using the U.S. If you're fighting somebody and the United States comes and says, we'll arm you, we'll fund you, even if you hate America, you're going to say yes, I think. You know, so the Mujahideen didn't like America. I don't think the Al-Qaeda certainly didn't like, but if you're going to be helped with guns and logistics and intelligence or whatever they've done with these groups, you'll take it. And once the war's over, then you could turn that against the United States, who's just gone home and forgot about you. I mean, it's a very stupid way to run foreign policy. That's all I could say.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just, you know, when I was a child, we were living in Pakistan, the Egyptian embassy right next to my school was blown up. You know, the classroom I was in, just all the windows exploded. And the guy who did that bombing is Zawahiri. He certainly hated the U.S., but he didn't mind taking the money from the Americans during that time. And then, of course, he becomes bin Laden's right-hand man. So, you know, it's the same kind of playbook that they're using over and over. And, I think. No,
I'm sorry, but I didn't interrupt. But some people have pointed out that this could happen with the neo-Nazis. Now, there are these types of extremists coming from all over Europe and maybe the United States even or wherever to Ukraine right now to fight. They've been invited in by Zelensky, right? Along with the prisoners that he let out of jail and the civilians who he's armed. When this war ends, what happens to these even more radicalized and armed neo-Nazis from Ukraine? Can they be a blowback in Europe?
Of course,
They can get out very easily as they pretend they're refugees, as many jihadists did, right? And then they can start to plan attacks. So this is really stupid to have anything to do with these people, even if it hurts Russia. And hurting Russia is what this is all about. The United States, why they wanted that invasion, so they could put that economic warfare and this planned insurgencies. The ultimate aim is to bring down Putin's Russia. Just the way the ultimate aim in Afghanistan, as Brzezinski admitted in that French magazine article, was he said, yes, we set a trap. He used the word trap for the Soviets in Afghanistan. And who cares? And he was even asked, but you've now, you have now created this force of extremists, of these jihadists. And he said, who cares about some angry Muslims? We brought down the Soviet Union. Well, he said that before 9/11, for example. Who cares about these angry Muslims? And that's the attitude probably now. Who cares about some angry Nazis? They're helping us. They're helping us to fight Russia. And this is fighting to the last Ukrainian, as many people point out. The United States is fighting Russia. And of course, the critical situation we're in right now is we have State Department, Blinken and Nuland, who are listening to Zelensky wanting the no-fly zone and these Polish jets. And this, and then you have the Pentagon on the other side saying no way that NATO is going to get directly involved in a war with Russia because of what it could lead to, the horrific consequences it could lead to. And therefore, they won't even let these planes from Poland take off from Poland and fly sorties out of Poland or even out of Ukraine. To give NATO jets right now would be too dangerous. So the Pentagon is saving us, Richard. The Pentagon may be saving us from nuclear war. It's absurd. That's where we're at right now. And Biden is in the middle, and he better keep listening to the Pentagon because you've got reckless neocons like Nuland and Blinken who want NATO to become involved in this war. I don't understand what they're thinking. I really don't, because the plan is to bring down Putin through economic sanctions and this insurgency, not to directly fight Russia. That is not the U.S. plan. I don't understand why they give any credence to Zelensky's calls. And by the way, he changes his position by the hour in the middle of an interview with ABC in the United States 2 weeks ago. He said at one point in this interview that he wanted NATO to intervene. Another point, he said that he was open to talking to the Russians about a diplomatic solution to this thing, including recognizing Crimea as part of Russia. So he's obviously being torn by two sides. One, the neo-Nazis, who many people argue they don't exist, or they're very, very little in numbers. And that's true. And in terms of the political wing, they get 2% of the vote in Ukraine.
They're quite influential, though.
That's the issue. And the number of fighters, maybe there's 2,000 as of, maybe there are more. They are more than if they're intimidating. They intimidate people in the Rada. They intimidate the president. We saw that piece, great piece by Max Blumenthal a couple of weeks ago about in Grayzone, how he went to the front, Zelensky, and told him that they should disarm and stop fighting against Donbass. And they threatened him. So that's the issue here. They have way outsized amount of influence in Ukrainian politics, no matter their size. And the fact that he's Jewish doesn't mean a damn thing. This is the ridiculous arguments you get. There aren't many of them, and he's Jewish. So how could there be Nazis in Ukraine? I mean, you can't argue. That's the problem. This is so emotional. You cannot argue with facts. And when people when the first resort is you're a Putin puppet, you're a Kremlin apologist, that means they don't have any facts.
They lost. The name calling, they lost. That's it.
If you start with the name calling, maybe after an hour and you can get fed up and call somebody a name. I mean, I've been there. I've had arguments with people, and then I just
that's
I don't
different.
Start by name calling.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's absurd. I mean, I certainly agree with your parallels about the Iraq War, because I'm just old enough to remember that, and it was quite politicized, propagandized, and you couldn't say anything. But I certainly think it's worse now. I mean, this canceling of everything Russian, trees, cats, composers. It's ridiculous.
I forgot the cats, yeah.
It's everything. I mean, I even saw Russian, salad and dressing. I mean, this is childish. Yes. It's childish.
Yeah, now it's called. It's not beef stroganoff now. What is it called? They changed the name of that as well. I think it's beef Zelensky or something. And yes, it's now Ukrainian dressing.
No, it's
that happened. That did happen in Iraq because France was one of the and Germany were allies of the U.S. on the Security Council at the time.
Oh yeah,
they opposed the resolution to invade Iraq, and if you recall, the U.S. were dumping French wine down the sewer.
Yeah, and they changed the
Americans were dumping French wine because they tried to stop a war.
They called French fries freedom fries as well. That's another one.
Freedom fries, and in the First World War, sauerkraut was called Liberty cabbage. So this goes way back in the U.S.
That's amazing.
Incredible anti-German fervor in the First World War. We all know what happened to Japanese Americans in the Second World War. They were interned, and now this kind of madness is against the Russians. Unfortunately, America has this in its history. It's not out of its system and may never be out of it. And it's such an easy country to manipulate. And with the communications that exists now, that's one reason I think it's so much more complete. Yeah, where people will not listen to you and immediately condemn you and call names, and they won't hear it. And it's completely removed and whitewashed from the minds of Americans and Europeans, these salient, important facts in Ukraine that doesn't necessarily justify Russia's intervention. That's a separate argument. But you can't take out from the story the existence of the Nazis, the fact of the coup, and the fact that it was the coup government that started this offensive against Donbass, and it wasn't a Russian invasion. And there was no Russian invasion of Crimea either. I'm sorry. There was, I want to mention her, but there was a left-wing journalist was just interviewed, and she said that there were Russian troops on the border of Crimea, and that really troubled her. There's no border at that time of Crimea, between Russia and Crimea. There wasn't even the bridge. Russia has since built a bridge from mainland Russia to Crimea. So there were Russian troops based in Crimea with a long lease that they'd signed with the Ukrainian government to keep the Russian Black Sea Fleet in Ukraine. That was allowed. Now, in that agreement with the Ukrainian government, it said that the troops of Russia cannot leave that base unless they have permission from the Ukrainian president. Now, at that time, Russia still considered the Ukrainian president to be Yanukovych. He was the one who was elected and overthrown in the coup, Viktor Yanukovych. I don't know whether he ever gave that permission, but it's likely that they left their base, that Yanukovych said yes, and the Russian forces left that base to go to Ukraine. But you can go to Wikipedia, there's 2 people died. What kind of an invasion is there when there's 2 people who died? So
beats me. It beats me.
Crimea voted for that, voted in a referendum over 95% to join Russia, and Zelensky really should understand that he's going to lose this war. Even Western military analysts say it. Russia's not stalled. I mean, they say they're stalled in the Western media, and the Russians say that they are doing a very slow, methodical campaign. They've only put in 190,000 troops. Ukrainian army is 250,000. So they have fewer Russian troops than the country that they are invading and trying to take over, because it's an operation, it seems, to get those demands and, yes, denazify them. And maybe Zelensky could even stay in power. So he has to make a decision, but he's being pulled on the one side by the US State Department, and the Nazis on the other side by the Pentagon, not to ask for a NATO intervention, for example.
Yeah, it's really ridiculous. They keep saying that the Russians are being slaughtered. I heard figures like they I mean, I don't remember. It's just hyperbolic. Like they've destroyed 1,200 Russian tanks or something. Like, what is this? The Battle of the Bulge, or Kursk?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's outrageous. Yeah, it's outrageous.
No, you got to take with both sides. You have to take both sides with great skepticism in any war.
Yeah.
And for a responsible journalist, supposedly in the United States and UK and in Europe, to write just the Ukrainian side and accept this as fact is just, it's a total dereliction of duty as a journalist. It is absolutely, I don't like to overuse the word propaganda. That's the P word. And it is propaganda. It's war propaganda when you leave out these important facts or the other side of the story. That's what you get.
Yeah. And that's the situation we're in when, there's no Assange, there's no, I mean, it's not even just a question of Assange at this point. It's just, they shut down anyone who is, again, not even trying to report opinion, but just give some context. It's forbidden now. It's completely forbidden. I mean, right now with WikiLeaks, what do you think the future of WikiLeaks holds? Because they did release some things in the last years, the Vault 7, the Duma leaks from Syria. Do you think that they're still going to be able to continue, or this is their primary focus is on Assange, because they raised a bunch of money just recently with this crypto fundraiser? So how does WikiLeaks fit in with what's happening in Ukraine and the circumstances that we're in now?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they will continue. I think people are more afraid to leak than they were before, given all of the prosecutions that the Obama administration did against government whistleblowers, more than any other president, all the US presidents previously combined. So there's a reluctance and a fear that, of course, takes a lot of courage to be a whistleblower. I think they will still come forward, and we'll see things in WikiLeaks. I don't know if it will relate to this conflict, But this fear is probably, impacts people's decisions about whether to leak something to WikiLeaks. It certainly locks you in as a mainstream reporter, as I was for 25 years for big newspapers like the Wall Street Journal. I hate to admit, but I worked at the Wall Street Journal. I worked for the Sunday Times of London, two Murdoch titles, and you know what you're supposed to. Nobody gives you a memo saying. Sometimes you got emails, but you knew what you could report and what you cannot. And I had my battles with the editors at the Wall Street Journal. I picked my choices because I knew I could get fired, and you don't want to get fired, but you have to stand up and try to report things that they're leaving out. And like in Syria or in Palestine, when the Palestinian resolution came before the General Assembly to give them observer state status, I kept putting in my stories that there were 135 countries that recognized Palestine. Some had exchanged embassies. I was just talking the other day about when I was walking in Rabat one day 10, 15 years ago, I passed the embassy of Palestine in Morocco. So I put that in the story, not the Morocco thing, but I just said that they had embassies, and that kept cutting that out of my my article. They just kept cutting that out of the article. I kept putting it in the next story, and they kept cutting it out.
It's not even an opinion; it's a fact. It's just a
fact that they didn't want the readers of the Wall Street Journal to know, because that changed the whole complexion of the story. Then that there was legitimate international recognition of Palestine as a state, right? You couldn't have that in an big American newspaper.
Well,
just like you can't have the neo-Nazis in Ukraine right now in an American newspaper, because that will sort of make people think that there are nuances to this story. It's not as black and white. Well, wait a minute, Nazis, real Nazis, they're fighting. No, they can't put that in there. It's a disgrace that they call themselves journalists.
I swear to God,
it's a disgrace that they say Assange wasn't one.
Yeah. They're just jealous, honestly, because they've never done anything even close to that. But I was watching Chuck Todd on MSNBC just yesterday or before yesterday, and he was interviewing the deputy mayor of Mariupol, and he asks him a question, and then the deputy mayor starts by answering that. I have the clip. I'll play in a bit, but he says something like the Ukrainian military and the Azov battalion are fighting very bravely, and. I swear to God. And the Chuck Todd doesn't even ask him, what is the Azov battalion? Aren't those neo-Nazis? Nothing. It's just like casually, and then move on to the next question. I had to play it 3 times. I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have a stronger stomach than I do, because I could never watch Chuck Todd ever again.
Oh, believe me, I didn't do it out of pleasure. I sometimes I fall, I stumble on there by accident. So, But
I missed that information that you just revealed, that he said the Azov battalion's fighting bravely.
Yep. It's incredible. It's really incredible. And again, Joey, I'm so grateful for you coming on. I could stay here for hours with you, but I know it's late for you. So we'll have to get you back on soon. Where can people follow you? You have a Twitter, right? I put up Kathy's Twitter, but let me show yours on the website. Just a second. And of course on Consortium News, right?
Consortiumnews.com is our website. Yeah, my Twitter handle is at UNJoe, UNJOE.
Yeah. Tell people why that is, because you used to report at the UN in New York, right?
I was based at UN headquarters in New York for 25 years for a whole bunch of media, the Johannesburg Star and all the newspapers of the independent newspapers of South Africa, and they were the best. They loved my articles before the invasion of Iraq, in which I highlighted the opposition and Security Council to this. But I also at that time worked for a Canadian chain called Southern News that owned the Montreal Gazette and the Ottawa Citizen and the Vancouver Sun and the Calgary Herald and a whole bunch of papers. And I got a call when I was writing those same kinds of articles that the South African papers loved. I got a call from the foreign editor of this chain telling me that I had to support the war. His son was a Canadian Marine. And I said, I'm sure you're proud of your son, but my job is not to support the war, but to report what's going on in the UN Security Council, which is this huge opposition to this invasion.
Yeah.
The day of the invasion, they fired me.
What?
So, yeah.
God, that's so. What a caricature of, man. I'm speechless.
So that was some of my experience at the UN. I worked for the Boston Globe there and the Wall Street Journal, and German press agency, 25 years. I had a lot of different strings. And that's why it's UN, Joe. That's right.
It's amazing. It's great. So you know, I haven't done anywhere near that. I've only been doing this for 2 years, but I have the UN here near me. So you know, I enjoy a good, lengthy, boring meeting. I was just watching the UNODC. They were meeting on drug trafficking and narcotics, and they were basically calling for, so Norway, the UK, Canada, they were all calling for this Russian resolution to be withdrawn just because it was proposed by Russia. It's against drug trafficking.
Oh my God.
So it's just so ridiculous, one after the other, giving these boring statements. I was like, no. Oh man.
Well, that was like the resolution that Russia put forward to condemn Nazism and neo-Nazism, and only 2 countries voted against, Ukraine and the United States.
Yep, there you go. I mean, that speaks volumes. They did it multiple times, right? I've seen multiple votes like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. So here again, here is Joey's Twitter handle. It's UNJoe, and you can also find his work on Consortium News. So that's consortiumnews.com. Again, I'll paste the links in the chat right now so you guys can go follow. Joey, again, I'm so grateful for your time, and I've been meaning to bring you on for quite a while. So this was I really enjoyed this talk, and we have to do this again soon.
I'm very happy to be with you, Richard. Thank you. Certainly come back again. Bye-bye.
Great. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So again, that was Joey Lauria. So here's his Twitter, UNJoe, and this is his. He also contributes to Consortium News. Again, he's. They do great work over there. But we're not done. We're not done because I have David Mendoza, who's going to come on in a second. Again, he was extradited from Spain to the United States. They gave him not just assurances like they're giving Assange. They gave him a written contract, which I published a few months ago. I published all the documents from his case, all the classified documents from the U.S. State Department, the Department of Justice. So I'm going to bring him on right now to get his reaction to what's happening with Assange. So just give me a second to set this up. Again, we've got about, I think, 800 people watching, but 1,000 likes. Not bad. So again, if you just tuned in, please hit the like button. And let me just send the link to David so he can hop on the call and give us his opinion. Again, just to recap, I know a lot of you subscribed just recently. So for those of you who don't know, the Julian Assange case, there's like 10 people covering it. Literally like 10 people, 15 at best, you know. I'm one of those people. I was there at the extradition hearing in London, every single court hearing, a high court hearing, the bail sentencing, you name it. I've covered it, and I've been there, and I attended them either in person or remotely. So all of my coverage about Julian Assange is on this channel in a playlist. There's also my articles, where the one I just mentioned, for example, with David Mendoza. If you want to read that and see all these documents that I'm talking about, here's the article on Substack. So it's quite lengthy, but you need to read this because you're going to see very quickly why these assurances for Assange are complete garbage. So this is, again, on Substack, richardmedhurst.substack.com. And if you guys want to support my work, please consider donating maybe $1 a month or $2 a month. You can put in whatever amount you like on Patreon. You guys are very generous because even when I wasn't streaming, you kept signing up on Patreon, so I'm very grateful. I see several of you who've just hopped on. Again, I'll put all the links in the description, and you can also donate on PayPal. Again, this is the only place you're going to find 7-hour streams. That's a guarantee. By the way, I have good news for you guys. A lot of you were asking me to make a channel on Rumble and Odyssey. I've done it. So go on Rumble. It's rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. And on Odyssey, it's odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. So I'll pull them up for you over here. And I think this is very important because they're censoring people left and right. It's out of pocket. It's just unreal right now. Here's the Rumble. Hold on, let me just switch windows so you can see that. So again, that's rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. And it says no videos, but I'm uploading all of them now. So, there won't be any difference compared to YouTube. It's just so we have a backup, because you saw how they took down the network that must not be named. I'm scared to even mention the name. You know how I'm talking about. They took down, for example, they censored Asa Winstanley on Twitter because he just pointed out that NATO was posting a tweet of the Ukrainian army on Women's Day, on International Women's Day, and turns out those women in the picture were wearing Nazi symbols like the Schwarze Sonne, the black sun. So, you know, pointing out the truth today can be dangerous. So again, I'm not doing this just to plug the other platforms. I'm doing this because you guys asked me to. And I'm doing this because we need to have alternatives to the Silicon Valley corporations, you know, like YouTube, Facebook, and all this. So it's really, really important. It's necessary, and I highly implore you to go sign up on at least one of them. You don't have to go on every single one, but at least one of them, whether it's Telegram or Rockfin or the email newsletter or Rumble or Odyssey. All of this is completely free. It doesn't cost you a penny. It's just so we have a backup. So again, this is the Rumble, and of course there's also the Odyssey. So let me type in the link for you. That's odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. And already some of the videos are uploading. So you should be able to find me there as well. Hold on, I typed it in wrong. There you go. It should work now. So that's my channel, Richard Medhurst, and all of the videos are on there as well. And again, Rockfin is another alternative. So again, I want to stop boring you. David is going to come on in a second. And while he's tuning in, let me just say thank you to Gareth Williams for signing up on Patreon. Thank you very much. Thank you to John for your donation on CashApp. And thank you to Chris for also signing up on Patreon. So the tradition on the channel is whenever someone signs up on Patreon, I play a crab dance. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And if you don't know what a crab dance is, you're about to find out.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, great. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting some water. I just need something to drink. So don't go anywhere. David's going to be on in a second, okay? I see all your comments. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so hold on. I'm just sending... just got to set some things up. By the way, there's tons of things to cover. So I'm bringing one guest after the other. You know this is the spot for the stream marathons. Nobody else can even come close. And that's true. So I got to plug the show in a way. But David's going to come on. And then, of course, I'm going to cover even more topics. You know, who knows how long we go on for. Could be all night. Don't don't tempt me. All right. So I'm just sending him the link. Did you guys subscribe on one of the other platforms? A lot of you asked me to do Rumble and Odyssey. Did you find it? Let me know right now if you found it. And another thing I wanted to ask you is, where are you guys tuning in from? Because I asked you at the beginning of the show, but I didn't get a chance to read all of the comments. So tell me again, where are you tuning in from? Where are you guys watching from? I always love to see how diverse the audience is. It's really, really nice. So, and by the way, there was, I think, a girl called Sarah from Brazil, who was writing to me in the chat that she wanted to interview me. I'm sorry, I didn't get your message, but I sent you my email, so shoot me an email and we can maybe work something out. Just a second. Okay. So you guys are tuning in from where? Iraqi from Denmark, Arizona, Russia, Ukraine, Germany, Estonia, India, Ghana, Scotland, Canada, the UK, New York City, California, Sweden, Algeria, London, Slovakia. Wow. Wow, that's great. I can't keep up. Italy, Lebanon, Mumbai, Netherlands, Texas, Palestinian from Denmark, Slovakia, Sweden, Macedonia, Serbia, Lebanon, Pakistan. Man, this is amazing. It's why I love you guys, because I feel like it's a reflection of of the topics that I cover here, right? We do international news. This is the spot for international news, and I got an international audience. Really makes me joyful. So thank you for that. That's wonderful. Kirkland says international with all the colors. That's great. So Dave is here. All right, let's start. Let me bring on Dave. I've been meaning to talk to him to find out what's going on because this is a big one. So again, while I'm setting that up, here's a crab dance. Thank you very much to Angua for signing up to support my work on Patreon. I really appreciate it. This crab dance is for you, and then we're going to get going with the interview.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Okay.
I see you've been gradually, actually quite rapidly growing your crowd or your followers, and I give you congratulations for that. I mean,
thank you. You're very kind.
It tells me that what you're doing is right.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that so many people have subscribed in the last weeks. That's great to have to get the word out and let people find out what's happening. So I think people can hear you, but they can't see you. I'm just setting up the screen, so when we do the split screen, it looks nice and so it looks nice over here. Okay. David Mendoza, thanks for coming on the program, David. It's really great to have you. How are you? How are things going?
Good. I'm doing fine. I just got the news of Julian's denial from the UK Supreme Court, which is pretty disappointing. But other than that, things are fine. Yeah.
So again, I was just telling people that I covered your case because you were extradited from Spain to the US back in 2009. And I was explaining to them that you were given diplomatic assurances, just like Assange is being given now. But not just that, you were also given a contract, a written contract, and they promised that you could serve your sentence in Spain, right? Because the law stipulates that if someone goes to prison, you can't punish the whole family by keeping this sentenced person like so far away that they can't receive visits and be like they're isolated from their family. So the compromise was that you would serve your sentence in Spain. That of course did not happen, and right. Yeah, and they made a bunch of other promises, right?
Sorry about interrupting you, Richard, but that law that you're referring to is actually Article 8 of the European Human Rights Charter,
right?
Which is basically it's supposed to protect the children or the family unity. So it's not just. I just want to clarify that it's just not Spanish law; it's EU law.
Yep, exactly. Yep. So. That was one of the things that they had to follow, and of course they broke that. They kept you about 6 years, I think, 6 years and 9 months, was it? They kept you in the U.S., and then the only reason you were able to go back was because you sued the U.S. Department of Justice, and you sued Spain and the Spanish Supreme Court twice and won twice. It was quite a remarkable feat.
I was very fortunate, especially understanding what's going on in the Assange case. I was very blessed, to be quite frank with you. I thought I was going to win no matter what because it was black and white to me. But now looking at how the wheels of politics spin, you just don't. I honestly did not think the UK court would deny at least a hearing of Assange's situation. Did you actually get that ruling? I mean, have you reviewed it?
Well, they've issued a statement, his lawyers, which I can read again to the viewers right now. So this was published by WikiLeaks, and this is an official statement from Assange's lawyers. They said that On January 24th, 2022, the High Court certified that a point of law of public importance had been raised by Mr. Assange following its rejection of his appeal. And the point certified was that, quote, in what circumstances can an appellate court receive assurances from a requesting state which were not before the court of first instance in extradition proceeding? So again, that's a lot of words just to say one thing, and I'll translate what that is into English. The idea is that Julian Assange, you know, his extradition was blocked. And so the United States appealed that because they want to extradite him. And then the High Court said, okay, you can extradite Assange. And Assange wanted to appeal that to the Supreme Court, but the High Court said, no, they're not going to let him do that. They're going to leave the decision up to the Supreme Court, and they will let him certify one point of law, which is this quote, which I just read to you. In what circumstances can an appellate court receive assurances, and so on? And the idea is that the United States already litigated the case. The United States, during the extradition hearing, they made their arguments about why they didn't want to extradite Assange. They made they built the case against him, and they never once said that Assange can serve his sentence in Australia. They never once said that they won't put him in special administrative measures, which are these really harsh prison conditions. As a matter of fact, they insisted that it's okay. They said that SAMs are like some fun summer camp, you know? So they lost the case. The judge blocked the extradition in January 2021. And then a month later, in February 2021, all of a sudden, the United States comes along and says, okay, fine, we won't put Assange in SAMs. We'll let him go to Australia. And so they give these diplomatic assurances. And the idea here is, in what circumstances is it okay for a requesting state, a state that's trying to extradite someone, to give assurances afterwards when the initial court never heard this, right? Which is what happened, because the United States gave these assurances after the evidential hearing. They didn't do that in the beginning. And of course, this is a legal question. And the Supreme Court, they said that they don't agree, that they're not going to hear this. So a panel of 3 judges of the Supreme Court has considered the application on paper. And this afternoon, on March 14th, 2022, refused permission to appeal on the basis that, quote, the application does not raise an arguable point of law. So that's the reason that there's the Supreme Court denied Julian Assange's appeal. They simply say that his application does not raise an arguable point of law. And I mean, David, just from the way that that things work with you, given that Spain is a party to the Council of Europe, just like the United Kingdom is. Again, this is not the European Union; it's something else. And the UK is still in that. I mean, how does it work with the Supreme Court? Usually, when the Supreme Court hears your case, because they heard 2 of your cases, it's because it concerns not just you, but also the Constitution, and it's of importance for the general public, right?
That's correct. It's not just only. There's an additional twist to it too. It's not just only Spanish law and the Spanish citizens it can affect, but also EU law and the parameters of the EU chartered rights. I find it hard to understand if it's the position of the appellate court that after the fact, they've presented these assurances, and because of these assurances given by the Americans, then they say, based on such assurances, now the court feels satisfied that Assange's extradition will be within the parameters of what the court established. Well, if that in fact is the case, then the focus should be on the assurances. It's very clear, at least in my case it was, and the Spanish Supreme Court, and right now we're sitting in the UN court. It's very clear that the Americans and Spain, in my case, did not, the executive branches, did not abide by those assurances. So in Assange's case, I find it dumbfounding. I mean, that the court doesn't find any merit to the fact that the Americans, I don't want to say always, but the majority of the times don't give a damn about any assurances they give.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm just pulling up on the screen here so people can see again that you were given diplomatic assurances here, which which is basically it's not legally binding, but it is nevertheless a diplomatic assurance from one state to another. And then in addition, you got a contract, right? So down here we can see your signature in the middle, and then on the left we see Syrian Madrid, so the Spanish police, and then here on the right, Kimberly Weiss, so who works at the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, and she of course signed that too. So we have your signature, Spain's signature, and the U.S. signature, and this is of course a legally binding contract. And that, you know, even though you had a legally binding contract, they broke it, and Spain, in your case, did nothing to enforce the conditions of the agreement, and the U.S. of course is the one that broke it, so they didn't care about that. I mean,
Richard, do you have the excuse me, but do you have the English version of that acta de entrega on your computer?
I should. I'm just looking at the article here because I published many documents, so I'm trying to keep up with it. But I can get it in a moment.
Okay, if you could pull it up, I want to show you something that's just so the people understand the value of their assurances and of what they give in writing in English. There should be an English version of that, or you should. I think I did send it to you.
I have here the two versions with one without your signature, but I'll need a moment to dig it up. But I think your point was that the language is quite clear, right? That they have to.
Very specific. They have to abide by everything is stipulated within the extradition court, and it's very clear at the very last. I think the last sentence, it says those who sign are in full agreement of what's stipulated within this document. And if you look at the actual document, look at the left-hand side of that document, you'll see a line going up and down the document. And I distinctly, that line on the left hand, you see that? That's when the gentleman, the Spanish diplomat, said, does everybody fully understand what you're signing here includes everything within this document? And that's when he took his pen and went up and down the left-hand side. The U.S. diplomat, Kimberly Weiss, said yes. I said yes. And the Sirena said yes. And we all signed that document. But the verbiage in English is as blunt as it can be. They never gave me that document. The Spanish executive refused to give me the document, saying it was, and the U.S. executive and Department of Justice refused to give me the document, saying that it was diplomatic communication, and I was not privy to diplomatic communication, even though I signed the document.
I found it, so just give me a moment to pull this up on the screen so people can see it, because the original is obviously in Spanish, but here's the English version. So this, again, it says the record of surrender, right? And so they're saying here, I'm going to read the text to everyone, that they say in accordance with...
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, David. Sorry.
Well, it's that second paragraph there. It says, in accordance with what was previously stipulated by Section 2 of the National Criminal Court, that was Spain's Audiencia Nacional. Their federal courts are divided into 6 sections. So I was placed in section number 2. If you could pull it up again, because I can just see my face on the screen, or unless you want to read it. In court proceedings 20-08, 08 is the year, of extradition 20-08 JC1, within this act, we proceed to formalize the surrender to the authorities of the United States of America, the citizen named David Mendoza Urarte. And they're saying specifically, in accordance with what was previously stipulated by the court. That means everything the court stipulated. And then if you go down to the final, I think that's the final phrase, not having anything more sufficient to for further record, this document concluded 10 minutes after its commencement, signing those present as proof of agreement, meaning they're in agreement of this document. We all signed it. I had that. That's a contract. And the reason they refused to give me that contract was because US law is contractual law. And when I went in front of my sentencing judge, and I asked my sentencing judge at the time that he asked me if I had anything to say at the time of sentencing, and I said, the only thing I really have to say is there's some conditions that need to be satisfied, which Spain had imposed on my extradition. And one of those conditions is once I am sentenced to be returned back to Spain. That's when the Judge Zilli, put his glasses down to the bottom of the tip of his nose, and he looked at me and he said, young man, he said, are you familiar with the international instrument under which you were extradited? I looked at it, I said, yeah, it's a US-Spanish extradition agreement. And he said, that's correct. He said, that's correct. Are you signature on that document? And I didn't quite understand where he was going with that. I said, what do you mean, am I signature? Did you sign that document? Were you part of the signing parties? And I said, obviously not. My country, Spain, is the one who made these agreements with the United States. He said, well, then if there actually is an agreement to send you back, you have no claim under that instrument. Your country is the only one who can make a claim. I can see this is exactly what they're going to do to Assange, while just basically tell him, you have no claim to any of this. So I had an arrangement today to speak with his legal team. They've delayed it till tomorrow, I suspect, because of this ruling. A guy by the name of Edward Grange, I think is his name. But at any rate, these are some of the points that they're going to need to take up now on the second level of judicial petitions. I think the point is we're going to try and take this thing. Well, we're not going to try. They're going to take it to the EU Court of Human Rights because it's clear that the British courts are playing the American game here.
Yeah. It's I mean, wow, this case. I really hope that people can understand how many irregularities there are, how much foul play, because it's really mind-boggling. I think this is really one of those corrupt legal cases in history. It's just unbelievable how every step of the way they try to bend the law, break the law. And of course, right now, the latest game is the assurances, right? And I was shocked because in the High Court, in the High Court, your case was brought up by Julian Assange's lawyers to say, look, Mendoza got assurances and they were broken. The United States didn't respect them. So how can you trust the ones given to Assange? And then the judges come back with their ruling and they say that they looked at your case, at Mendoza's case, and they found nothing wrong with it. I mean, that's incredible. What's your reaction to that?
It's absolutely shameful. I mean, you were the one who told me what this character, Lewis, the prosecutor representing the United States, said to the court. Well, look at Mendoza's back in Spain, so that's not really an issue. He came back to Spain. Well,
yeah, you came back to Spain because you sued the Spain in the Spanish Supreme Court twice, and you sued the DOJ. That's why you came back to Spain. They didn't want to send you. Man.
No, they didn't want to send me, and it cost me a tremendous amount of money, and 6 years, 9 months in a U.S. federal prison, battling literally every day. So it's as insulting as it can be, when you get an individual who's basically misrepresenting truthfulness to the court. But that's part of this whole game. And the ironic part is the person who's telling the truth is the one incarcerated, and the ones that aren't telling the truth are out there preaching democracy and how the judiciary should work.
Yeah, exactly. And again, for those of you who aren't aware, Lewis in this case is the lead prosecutor on the U.S. team. So it's Lewis who is saying that Mendoza was David was allowed to go back to Spain in the end. Yeah, because he fought tooth and nail, and they didn't want to send you back. Again, you had to agree to drop your civil suit against Eric Holder, Obama's attorney general, so they would send you back to Spain, right? Because they knew that you had ammunition. You have this this deed of surrender, this contract here with your signature on it, and the U.S.'s contractual law. So you had a good case, and they made you drop it, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I was trying to explain this to Assange's legal team. One thing about U.S. law, excuse me, is they don't give a damn about the European courts or the British courts or the Spanish courts. U.S. law is imperial, basically contractual law to them. So what the judges were telling me in my case, once I was in the United States, was Spain can't unilaterally tie our hands. Even though they sent you over, Spain can't make any conditions that the United States has to agree upon first specifically. Spain can't just come out there and put out these conditions and then we get you here to the United States and we don't have to apply those conditions. And I looked at the judge and I said, well, there is a document that specifies this. And he says, well, if you ever get it, let me know. It took me a lot of years to finally convince a federal judge in Spain to get me that document. Now that's US law. Okay, so I had them with that document, I had them against the ropes in the United States. But where I really scared the crap out of them was I won those 2 cases in the Spain Supreme Court, saying that my human rights were being violated. Well, on the last decision, the second decision, they basically gave the United States a warning shot over the bow of their ship there and said, listen, if you don't get this guy back, meaning if the Spanish executive doesn't get Dave Mendoza back immediately, we will find a way to do that. And the way the court can only do that is by suspending any extraditions to the United States officially. And that would force then their whole extradition agreements between Spain and the United States to go back to Spanish Congress. It would have to get reinstated. It would get back in the public light. All this bullshit that the Americans don't give their word, all of that, these dirty games they play underneath the scene would now have to be brought out in the limelight, and they were scared to death of that. That not only were they scared to death of that, the courts started to stop extraditing people. And I think I told you about when the U.S. ambassador came to me when I was in federal prison there and handed me a sheet of paper. And she was, dancing and giggly and, oh, we got great news for you, Dave. And I said, what's the news? Sign this document and you'll be heading home in a couple of weeks. I thought it was odd. This doesn't sound right. I start reading the document and it said, basically 5 Colombians, and I forget the names of these individuals, they wanted badly out of Spain to the United States in exchange for Dave Mendoza. I looked at it and I told her, I said, I'm not signing this document. And that she freaked out. She says, oh, you always make things so difficult. Why do you make things so difficult? I said, I'm not the one making things difficult. You're the one that's making things difficult. You decide to protect U.S. interest instead of the interests of a Spanish national. And I'm not signing that document because in the court order, it doesn't say 5 Colombians or Germans or Russians or Chinese or whoever in exchange for David Mendoza. It says once Dave Mendoza gets sentenced, he's to come back to Spain, period.
Right.
She couldn't say anything about that. But it just shows you the level of manipulation that was going on here. And like I told you, I'm a nobody in this game. Julian Assange is I really feel bad about him and his family. I mean, they're going to do every dirty trick they can to him. And I know one of those tricks is the whole thing with Australia.
Yep. Yeah. And, I just wanted to read again, the High Court, the UK High Court in December. So just 4 months ago, when they mentioned your case, the judges said they looked at your case. This is what they said. Okay. So they said that, quote, we take a similar view of two. Sorry, I'll just read the previous sentence because it makes sense then. It won't make sense otherwise. So they say that the explanation given by the USA in Diplomatic Note 169 shows the need for a requested person to consider with care the precise terms of an offered assurance, but it does not show that the USA acted in breach of an assurance. We take a similar view of two other cases relied on by Mr. Assange, namely those of David Mendoza, so your case, and Abu Hamza. Both can be said to show that the USA may be expected to apply the strict letter of an assurance which it has given, but neither provides any evidence of a failure to comply with an assurance, and neither provides any support for Mr. Assange's submission that this court should not regard the offered assurances as reliable.
Well, Richard, I think what happened there was
did they see all the documents? Because the documents that I published.
No, they didn't. They didn't. I think what I'm trying to get to is I think that was an error on the side of Assange's legal team. I wrote them some months back, and I told them, listen, my case is a lot more than just that diplomatic note. And the Americans, when they send these diplomatic notes, they do it with great care on the verbiage.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the diplomatic note didn't agree to damn anything that they sent. And that's why the Spanish court, which the British court should do the same, the Spanish courts made very clear, before you hand this guy over, we need exact agreement to what the court stipulated. We need them to agree to that.
Right.
And that's where that acta de entrega or proof of surrender or deed of surrender came into play.
Right.
In Assange's case, that's something that they're going to... Go ahead.
So sorry, just to interrupt, David, but basically what happened is the U.S. gave Spain assurances for you that you could serve your sentence in Spain, and the Spanish courts looked at those assurances and found them so vague that they asked the Spanish government to make sure that there's something better, and that's how they came up with the contract with the acta de entrega or deed of surrender for you. And I mean, the UK is obviously hasn't done that. I mean, in this case, and it's even worse. It's even more, vague in the language, right?
Right. Well, it's not just that. You have to understand that in Assange's case, they're saying that he can comply. Well, he can once sentenced, he can be allowed to serve his sentence in Australia, and the United States would agree to that. Well, if you look at my case, I think you have my civil suit documents, but in one of the paragraphs that the that the U.S. prosecutor says in that document, because I had a civil suit with the U.S. on the forfeiture. I don't know if you recall that. They forfeited about $14 million of my property. So I was fighting to try to get that back. It wasn't part of the crimes or the proceeds of crimes that they were trying to claim it was. But at any rate, in that process, the U.S. prosecutor says very specifically, Spain can make any conditions they want, but we have to specifically agree. All three parties have to specifically agree. That is to say, Spain, the United States, and the defendant. Right. If one of those three parties do not agree, then in essence, any assurance is not valid. So what the game the United States is playing here with Assange is, we will give our assurances that he goes back to Australia. But guess what? They're still waiting on the Aussies' assurances. And will that come? Who knows? If that comes, when will it come? It might come 10 years down his sentence or 20 years down his sentence. Right.
And there's another thing. There's another thing which you and I talked about, which is that even if right this minute Australia picks up the phone and says, yes, we'll take Assange, he can only do that once he's already in the United States and he has fought his case in court and he's gone through the appeals court and the Supreme Court. So everything has to be finalized. The sentence has to be finalized. So that could take 10 years, even if Australia agrees.
Not just that. If you read the conditions, it's not just time. There's financial behind it too, meaning that any fines or
I'll pull it up.
court costs must be satisfied prior to his leaving. So the courts can say, we're going to fine this guy $50 million.
Yeah.
Until that's, and that fine could be opposed. Who's going to pay? Does he have that type of money? I truly doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, they raised a bunch of money right now, but again, and it's quite substantial. It helps him, but you know, the U.S. are not stupid. They could just look at how much he has and then, you know, demand an even higher fee that's impossible to pay, right?
Right.
So again, this is the convention on the transfer of sentenced prisoners, and so this is Article 3 under the Strasbourg Treaty, and it says that a sentenced person may be transferred under this convention only on the following conditions. So B says if the judgment is final, and F is if the sentencing and administering states agree to the transfer. So Australia has not agreed to the transfer, first of all. So this already F is not fulfilled. The judgment is final. That's also not fulfilled. And then, of course, there's the financial aspect, which you mentioned, right?
Right. You know, I'm working on a case right now. I'm assisting with a case right now of a Canadian who was given the exact same agreement on his extradition to the United States 12 years ago. 12 years ago. He went through the whole appeal. They gave him 27 years. It's a marijuana case. He was one of the largest marijuana distributors on the east coast of Canada. A narcotic which is now legal.
It's legal
in Canada and in the state that he was selling it to, just so you understand.
Unbelievable.
He still got a 27-year sentence. He's now been in prison for 12 years. When they extradited him, it was under the condition that he could serve his sentence back in Canada.
Right.
The U.S. said yes. The judges asked for the United States, the Canadian judges asked for the United States agreement to that. The United States said yes. Now, these are Canadian judges. He goes to the United States, he gets a 27-year sentence. He's been battling, and guess who's impeding his return?
Well, of course, it's the U.S.
No, it's the U.S., but the Canadians are the ones that are refusing.
Right, they do.
The Canadian.
It's just like with you. They played it through the Spaniards. They're not doing it directly. They have so much control in the legislative and the executive that they don't need to do it themselves. They can have their allies do it.
Right. Well, guess what they're going to do with Australia with Assange? I mean, it's one of the Five Eyes, like Canada.
There you go.
I mean, guess what they're going to do?
Yeah, it's a vassal state. It's so easy. They don't even have to tell the Australians. The Australians know better. They don't even need to tell them. They're not going to lift a finger for Assange. Shameful. He's their citizen, and they sell him out like that. Really shameful. I mean, David. So, you know, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions just about, you know, in terms of what Assange can do now. I mean, his defense, they can basically cross appeal, but do you think it's likely that they're going to let him do that? Because the cross appeal would mean talking about, you know, the spying, the assassination attempts, the stealing his possessions from the embassy, you know, the threat to press freedoms. I mean, there's a million things here. So, and it's the same judges, by the way, the same high court judges who would make that decision. Do you think they would allow a cross appeal?
I doubt it. But I think it would be wise of the defense to attempt to present everything possible. The more you can get out in the public eye, the better. At least that was in my case. They wanted to hide my case underneath the radar. And when I got a little traction in Spanish media, people started crapping their pants. But that said, I think Assange's case, now it needs to be certified, right? I think that's the next step. When it goes through the certification process, personally, I would take the British executive. Who is it? You said it was some Patel, or who was that?
Yeah, so Priti Patel, she's the Home Secretary, and she signs off on. I mean, the Home Secretary is the authority that signs off on any extradition.
Okay. Well, I would take her to the courts and say, you know, we want to make sure that she, meaning the British executive, is going to be responsible for if any of these conditions are not satisfied to the T. And force a little bit of that play if there's possibility to do that. I'm not very familiar with British law, but I suspect it's somewhat similar to Spanish law. And I would force that process. I would force it to get out there. I would have them take a position, that's the British government, to say, okay, well, it's on our backs that the Americans satisfy these conditions.
Yeah.
And see what the courts say. But I still would take this to the EU Court of Human Rights. I mean, I wouldn't blink an eye for a second on that. I would do it right now.
And I mean, I was talking to Joey Loria earlier, and he said that it's possible that they take this to the European Court of Human Rights, and they rule in Assange's favor, but then the UK can just refuse to abide by the decision. That's correct.
Well, I'm not exactly sure about that because there's a case here that had a relationship with British with a British citizen, and their claim here was that the EU had no more control, or the EU courts had no more control over any British citizens. But at the time of this individual's crime, they were under EU law, and the Spanish courts at least ruled that EU law applies to this individual. And I don't know how far up it's going to go, and if the Brits take any stability in that, or I don't know. It's a very good question.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's kind of naive that we expect them to follow the law in a way, honestly. So you think that basically the best plan of action here is to get Priti Patel, the British executive, to be responsible in case the US they don't abide by their assurances. So for example, if Assange is taken to the US and they do end up putting him in special administrative measures, the UK government would have to contest that on his behalf, because the issue is Julian Assange, as we saw in your case, Julian Assange is not a signatory of the US-UK extradition treaty, just like you are not a signatory of the Spain-US extradition treaty, which is obvious because you're a natural person and not a country. But it's crazy how that works in the US, this logic. It's really, I don't know, it's banal in a way.
Yeah, I would definitely get it, try to get it where, and I would ask to be part of, or ask the court or the judge to give Julian at least some sort of standing on any non-compliance of assurance. Now, again, even if the British courts do give him standing, the American courts aren't going to give a damn about that. I've read literally thousands of cases, and they make it very clear that no country can unilaterally tie the hands of a U.S. court. Period. And it's ironic because here's what my argument was to the Spanish courts. These assholes, and excuse my language, I said they accepted my extradition, meaning me in person. I get to the United States, but then when I'm there in their jurisdiction, they say, well, this part of the extradition, meaning to sentence this guy to 14 years is fine. But this other part of the extradition, we're not going to abide by. Well, You can't pick and choose on an extradition. If you decide that you're going to take this individual, you're going to take this individual with all of the conditions that it implies, or the court stipulates. And that's where the Spanish judges, though even the ones who were against me, were having a very difficult time to attempt to explain to the public. And I think, fortunately, in my case, once I got in front of the news here, the public started to ask the Spanish judges, wait a minute here, what's going on here? The Americans took this guy, he was extradited, there were these conditions. Now, once he's in their jurisdiction, they're saying, well, we're not going to abide by these other conditions, but this part to sentence him, we are. Didn't make sense.
Yeah, so again, they're basically picking and choosing. They're cherry picking what part of the agreement they want. Okay, yeah, we'll take him and we'll give him a nice lengthy sentence, but we ain't sending him back. We don't like that part. And they're going to do the same with Assange, probably, right?
Oh, I have no doubt, no doubt whatsoever. Like I told you, Richard, I'm a nobody, and Julian is a somebody in this whole game of geopolitics. And I can tell you, they're going to do everything possible to screw this guy. I feel really bad for him.
Yeah, it's even if they don't put him in special administrative measures, they can put him in a communication management unit or a special housing unit, which is just as tough. Again, I mean, yeah, they vary slightly. It's still solitary. It's still suffering. And then they can see, we didn't break the argument, the agreement. Sorry. It's horrible.
CMU. He's going to go to CMU 100% on that. I told you I've helped a couple individuals out on their extraditions or renditions, and they're all in CMUs. And just me communicating with them, they won't allow that because I'm an ex-federal prisoner. They said, nope, none of your letters can get. So I have to go through the route of they get in a U.S. attorney. I have to send my communication to the U.S. attorney, and then they get client attorney privilege to read it. But I can assure you, Julian's going to a CMU, Terre Haute, or someplace like that. Mark my words.
Yeah, it's horrible, and actually, this is a bit off topic, but also not really, because we're talking about political prisoners. There's also one guy, I don't know if you or the viewers heard of this guy. He's called George Abdullah, and he's a Lebanese Christian, and he's a freedom fighter, and he's been 38 years in a French prison because they claim he killed an Israeli and an American officers or diplomat. I don't know. He's the longest political prisoner in Europe. And his case is extraordinary as well. This guy, they really tried to bury him away from the media. It's why even I didn't know about him until a few months ago. So yeah, we could discuss this case another time because it's really crazy. Because he's been allowed out on parole since 2009, and every single year they refuse it's crazy. And in terms of Julian being denied permission to appeal to the UK Supreme Court, do you think that, do you agree with what Joey said earlier, that basically right now, because of this conflict with Russia and Ukraine and everyone being against Russia, and, they thought that, well, Assange is associated with Russia. He's not, but they claim he's a Kremlin asset because that's how liberals insult people. So do you think that to avoid that kind of heat, they denied him permission? Or other people are thinking that maybe it's because there's a war on and everybody's eyes and attention is fixed on this war, they could just kind of, screw him with the Supreme Court while no one's looking?
I think it's that. I think it's the latter. I think it's, right as I heard this decision, I said, well, obviously this war is what's the main news. So they're going to try and slip this thing through as quickly as possible. That's quite honestly, about a half an hour before I got onto your show, I got a call from, it just shows you a little bit of it. I got a call from a guy's wife that his name is Victor Boot. I don't know if you've ever heard that name before. He was extradited. He's Russian. He was extradited out of Thailand to the United States. And you know what the charges were against him? Selling firearms in order to kill a U.S. citizen. Okay. And I spoke with his wife about, I don't know, half an hour before you and I communicated to come on this show. And she said, David, you know what makes me so angry about this? I said, what's that? He goes, my husband got a 25-year sentence. I said, I know. I'm trying to help him get back home. There's a trade process going on, but that's a whole different issue. But at any rate, she said, David, right now there are U.S. mercenaries fighting on behalf of the Ukraine, in Ukraine, killing Russian soldiers. So if the Russians were to capture 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of these guys, do we have the opportunity to sentence them to 25 or 30 years? Or is everybody going to say, oh, you got to send them back? Why is it that my husband, who sold firearms supposedly to, I think it was the Colombian FARC, why does the U.S. have the opportunity to make their internal laws unilateral against the rest of the world, and the Russians don't? It's a very good point. I couldn't answer it.
Yep. It's really, again, the fancy word for it is extraterritorialization, where they're basically exporting, imposing U.S. law on everyone else. And that's why when the extradition hearing was finished in London, and I came out and I gave that speech, I said this is a UK court and we're standing in London, but the United States is holding that gavel, that law, that circus that's going on in there. That's the U.S. is running that. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. You know this. I know this, and we know what the game is like. And you saw this also, how in your case, how deeply embedded the United States was inside Spain, how they're controlling through the U.S. Embassy in Madrid. They're controlling the executive, the legislative, the kind of power and influence that they wield. It's quite incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I think you obviously know my case, but when I got back to Spain, when I forced my return back to Spain, I was under Spanish law. The maximum sentence to be served was a maximum for my crime, which is marijuana, was 6 years. I think 6 years and a month or something like that. It didn't go over right around 6 years maximum. Right. Generally, for a marijuana crime in Spain, you get about 24 months. Anyway, I got 14 years. When I got back to Spain, I got in front of a judge by the name of Grande Marlaska.
Mm-hmm.
And he initially told my attorney that I would be heading home because Spanish law did not allow for that type of sentence. About a week later, when we were going into official hearings, meaning to get my sentence converted to a Spanish sentence so I could be released, he said, no. The sentence is going to stand. And I looked at him and I said, how can that be? There's nothing in Spanish law that will permit you to do this. And he just said, well, this is what it's going to be. And basically, that's why my case is now in front of the United Nations. And fortunately, they accepted my case. They only accept about 1% to 3% of all cases presented to them, and they accepted my case. So we're hoping for a favorable ruling. But my point is the Americans touched him. The U.S. Embassy in Madrid told him he's staying in prison. You got him back what you wanted, but he's going to stay in prison. And Law 101, I mean, you can't make up new law. You can't do that, because when the crime occurred and when I was sentenced, the maximum sentence was 6 years in Spain.
Yeah, so they were giving you a new a punishment from the new updated law for an old crime that you committed before the law was updated. I mean, that's incredible. They want to keep you in jail for it, and they punish you. But it should be the other way around. Usually when they change laws, it's if you apply it retroactively, it's supposed to be to the betterment of the prisoner or the sentenced person, right? So you actually should have been released, not. That's
correct. Correct. Everybody knew what the game was going on here, but your point is a very, very obvious one. It just shows you how the influence and how well integrated the Americans are into these foreign courts. And it basically, they kept me an additional, 6 years, 7 years, an additional about 5 years more in my sentence.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Yeah, and it's taken a huge toll, not financially and of course, but psychologically with your family also. I mean, it's really a cruel punishment, and it's really a system created by these neoliberals like Biden with the crime bill and all of these people like Kamala Harris. It's really horrible how evil and cruel it is, truly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they accomplished basically what the courts attempted to protect. They accomplished that my family was broken up. They accomplished the fact that everything around me. Like I said, both my parents passed away while I was in prison. When I got back to Spain, I mean, I couldn't even, my mother was dying of pancreatic cancer. She was in stage 4 pancreatic cancer. All I asked was the Spanish courts to at least allow me to leave for 1 day furlough and allow me to hug my mom before she passed away. And they just said, no, there's too much pressure by the Americans. And it is what it is. I mean, it just shows you the tremendous amount of pressure that the Americans have on our judiciary here.
Yeah.
And you're fooling yourself if you think they're not. I mean, you saw that video of Kimberly Weiss. I don't know where you got that from, but she readily admitted, and Kimberly Weiss is the lady who handles all extraditions out of Spain.
Right.
And she readily admits she knows the prosecutors, she knows the judges, she knows the cops, she knows them all.
Yep. Yeah. That she let it slip. You know that, she's I mean, like you said, they know everyone in the judicial system and they run it. And Spain is not an exception; it's the norm. The UK is another example. Australia is another example. This is how it works. It's not just people tend to think of it like it's just military power. No. They also do it through diplomatic channels, and that's how they exert their power. And
another point, just so you know, is that when I was suing Eric Holder to get for failure to comply in Obama, for failure to comply with the contract, I mentioned Kimberly Weiss's name, saying she signed this document. The Americans were furious that that name was put out there in the public eye.
Really?
And the Spanish told me, oh, no, you got to take that name out. It just shows you that they don't want their faces. Well, if you're proud about what you're doing, put your name on and put your face out there.
Dave, hold on. Didn't you tell me a few weeks ago that the State Department were snooping on your LinkedIn profile? Yeah, that means they heard of the what we published. They heard of the article. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt, Richard. No doubt. You're getting out there, and believe me. To me, I don't give a damn, because I'm living on my farm here in northern Spain, and I'm having the time of my life building. I'm not in anything illicit.
Of course, we're not doing anything wrong. It's just
But believe me, what they're doing to Assange, all of you guys who put out their true, honest information need to look behind your back, because I'm telling you, they're watching you, Richard. If you don't think so, you're fooling yourself. Be very careful.
Yeah, it's when you sent me that picture, because for those of you who don't know, when you have a LinkedIn profile, they tell you who's been looking at your profile, and Dave had someone from the State Department looking at his profile for some reason. I mean, the timing of that it's just a few months after this article came out. I don't think that's a coincidence.
No, there's no coincidence there. There's no coincidence.
I mean, that would be an astronomical coincidence, but yeah.
Yeah, and what the hell is the State Department, the U.S. State department, looking at my link? And then, so it doesn't make any sense.
Of course.
Your article.
Yeah. Dave, is there anything else you'd like to add? Something we didn't touch on in regards to your case or to Assange, or where you think this thing is going to go?
I just if there's somehow an opportunity for his wife or somebody close to Julian to hear this, don't give up. He's going to have a lot of dark days in that cell. Believe me, I lived them. Don't give up, because I didn't give up. And there was high power attorneys. I spent probably on my entire case over close to damn near $1 million. I should have thrown that money out the window because it was worthless. I spoke to very high power attorneys. I hired some in the States. They all ended up telling me, you got nothing. No way. You're not going back to Spain. When you're sitting in a jail cell, you have a wife. I had 2 kids at the time, like Julian does. A lot of things go through your head. Don't give up. Don't give up. because at some point that positive fight, and he's like, I think we're probably of the same character. We're both fighters. I'm hoping like hell he'll get the great results that I got. That's all I can wish for the man.
Yeah, I think we all share your sentiment, and always hoping for the best for him. And again, I appreciate you sharing your story, just getting this out there, because I think it's important not just for Assange's case, but that people know your story as well, because then you really start to see that there's a systemic inherent nature to the U.S. State Department and Department of Justice with this extradition complex that they have, as I call it, this extradition complex, and how they exert power over other countries' judiciaries. I think this is really important, and your case and Assange's case are really quintessential examples of that. And again, really admire your bravery, David, and everything you've been through. I can see it here in the comments also. People are really showing a lot of sympathy, and they admire your bravery and sticking through all of that. So again, thank you so much. And you came on such short notice also. I appreciate that too.
Thanks, Richard. I appreciate who you are, and quite honestly, your honesty. Like I said,
thank you.
Be careful, because you're one of the few. And hopefully the more people who understand the honesty and the truthfulness of what's being done to Julian. I have arguments with guys in the States that I'm very close friends with, who consider themselves as liberals, who still make silly statements like, why are you protecting a rapist? And I'm like, where in the F are you getting that from? I said, look at the facts, but that's the propaganda media that
it's so effective.
It's very effective. And it's guys that I used to run around with, and I thought they were intelligent individuals, but I appreciate who you are, Richard. And I appreciate your honesty, and gosh, what's his name?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. At any rate, thank you for calling me on here, and
of course
we'll talk again. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, brother. I'll see you later, and we'll talk in a bit. Thank you again.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, guys, that was lovely. Again, David Mendoza, the investigative article that I wrote about him, you can read it on my Substack. I don't do paywalls. Everything I publish is free. So here's the link. And I published classified documents from the U.S. Department of Justice, the State Department. That's why they're snooping on Mendoza online. And this is it's very important because it ties into the Assange case and why you can't trust the assurances. I methodically broke this down with receipts. And Joey Loria, who was on earlier, he was talking about my work, about this piece on Chris Hedges' show, and John Pilger also mentioned my article, my work here. So it's been very well received, and I'm humbled and I'm honored. And just to show you this picture over here, this is who we were talking about now, Kimberly Weiss. She was talking. She let slip, because this was like a State Department video, that in Spain, because she works in the U.S. Embassy in Spain, she says, I know the police, I know the prosecutors. And she was saying it in a different context, but it was so like telling, because we know that she's in cahoots with the police and the prosecutors, because that's how the U.S. is able to run the Spanish judiciary, how they can run the Australian, the British judiciaries, because they're in cahoots with those people, and they do it through the embassy. Remember, embassies are just spy stations. They're glorified spy stations. Okay, so I'm speculating here, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's intelligence. She doesn't need to be. You don't have to be in the CIA to be exerting U.S. Hegemony, to be imposing U.S. power on others. They do it, like I said, through the State Department and the Department of Justice, and that's how it works. That's how they're able to strong arm other countries. Another example I can give you, if you don't want to look at Assange's case or Mendoza's case, there are people, for example, German citizens who are kidnapped by the CIA and tortured, or in Italy, and the U.S. was able to pressure the German government and the Italian government not to prosecute the CIA agents who kidnapped their own citizens in Italy, in Germany. So those governments sold their own citizens out because of U.S. pressure, just to give you an idea how powerful it is. But yeah, you can, again, the article, I'm going to post it here, richardmedhurst.substack.com, should really take the time to read it. You're going to see how they screwed him in every way. And you cannot trust U.S. assurances. It's not even assurances, it's even a contract, a written, signed contract. You know how shady they are? Look at this. They gave Mendoza a copy without his signature. Can you imagine you sign a contract and then they give you a copy without your signature to say that you have no claim? I mean, who does that? That's like the most banana republic bullshit that you can possibly do. And that's what they did. See, I got 2 copies. Here's the original on the left. Dave's signature is in the left. In the middle. And on the right side, you got the article, the acta de entrega. So this is the contract without his signature. That's the only copy that they gave him. So that way he couldn't make any claim in court that they didn't abide by the assurances. Send him back to Spain. They can't charge him for, there was another charge they couldn't put on him and so on. Right? So yeah, it's sickening. It's sickening. But again, you have to remember that the U.S., imperialism, it's not just through the army and the bombs, it's also through things like this, through the State Department and the DOJ. So in any case, we're doing a little marathon stream here. I'm not done. We still got topics to cover, but you guys have to give me a bathroom break. I'm going on strike and I'm going to unionize. But seriously, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to put the break screen on. Don't go anywhere, because again, we're going to continue. There's more stuff to cover. So you guys go get something to drink, go to the toilet yourselves, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I don't want you to go anywhere because we got lots more to do, okay? If you want to support the show, consider doing that. In the meantime, I'm going to put the break screen on. All right, we'll be right back.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend.
All right, guys, we're back. Let's go. Again, I'm one of the only journalists covering the Assange case. I'm one of the only people. I think I'm the only person in the media who's covering the Iran nuclear deal. Everyone else is corporate media. So, if you want to support my work, and again, these are just two of the things that I cover. This is a spot for U.S. politics, international relations. If you want to support my work, please consider signing up on Patreon for $1 a month, or you can donate just a one-time thing on PayPal. I don't mind. I'm grateful for everything. And actually, if you have any questions, also go ahead and shoot. How many members are we on Patreon? Something ridiculous. Ridiculous. Every time I go off the live stream and I come back, you guys have just broken another record. 628. So we're more than halfway to our next goal, which is 650. You guys are unbelievable. Do you know what that means? That means we've almost doubled the number of patrons in the last few weeks. I mean, this is astronomical. Thank you guys so much. Glory to the crab dance. I promised you guys that I would give you an update of crab dance. I'm very sorry. I've been waiting to do this with Claudia. So, be patient with me. I'm drowning in work, but we'll get there. So in any case, another important thing that I would ask you is to please subscribe on Odyssey, Rumble, Rockfin, Telegram, Substack, any one of these. It's completely free. And the whole point is so we have an alternative to YouTube, because they're censoring people on big tech in Silicon Valley. Right now, we're living in a neo-McCarthyist period. It's really dangerous. And they're going after all sorts of dissent. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. It's really dangerous. So this is why I ask you guys to please kindly consider that, because I know it's annoying to go on new platforms that you don't know. I know it's annoying to sign up. I know, but we have to do this. It's important. So we have a backup. You understand? Again, here's the window. I'm going to pull this up for you so you can see. This is my Rumble, rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. I also have an Odyssey. So odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. And I have a Telegram, t.me/Medhurst. Rockfin is rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst, and the Substack is richardmedhurst.substack.com. I don't expect you to memorize all of these. I'm obviously going to put them in the description now, and in the live chat. Okay. So again, here's the Odyssey. Actually, I'll let Claudia do them, because I have to prepare the next thing that we're going to look at. So if Claudia would be so kind to please put those down there, that would be great. Because we have more things to talk about. So. Okay, let's begin with this one then. I'm just gonna close this out. Poor Assange, And that guy, he's just they're really screwing him. Poor guy, really horrible. I can't even imagine what it's like being in it. You go nuts. You would go nuts. Anyone would go nuts in that condition. Really, I mean. Horrible. So, again, I'm preparing the next thing. Just give me a moment, because we had a lot of guests on. That was cool. I liked having one guest after the others. Not bad. It was very nice, and we got to have some really interesting conversations. Really cool, right? So, okay. So Iran hit Iraq with a bunch of ballistic missiles. It's been reported. And why did they hit Iraq? Well, they hit Erbil, which is in Iraq's Kurdistan region. And this came a few days after 2 Iranians had been killed. Okay, so this was published on March 8th. Iran says IRGC members killed in Israeli missile strike in Syria, and that it vows revenge. What is the IRGC? The IRGC is a branch of Iran's armed forces. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's one of the most elite forces in Iran, and Israel bombed Syria. I know this is so complicated, but for people who don't get the situation, because there's a Cold War in the Middle East. So again, I'm gonna say this very simply and then go into the details. Israel bombed Syria, and it killed 2 Iranians from the IRGC. In response, Iran bombed the Israelis in Iraq's Kurdistan region. Okay, I know it's a lot to wrap your head around because that's the situation. But this is Erbil, just so you have an idea where it's located. Okay, so Iran's just next door, right? Iran is just next door. Not too difficult to do. Let me show you some of the videos of the strike here.
صاروخة الله نازل
So that's one video. Let me play you another one. Very, very loud, as you can see.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد.
So you can see in the previous video, it said U.S. consulate. Now, there were initial reports that they had hit the U.S. consulate there. There have been conflicting reports. The Americans say one thing, the Iraqis say one thing, the Kurds say one thing. I don't think they hit the American consulate. They hit these Israeli bases, or as the Iranians are calling them, Mossad training centers, right? That's what they called them. So, here's another video. This is inside the TV station Kurdistan 24. You can see the moment that the explosions happened, that the missiles hit. The whole thing's falling apart. Everything destroyed. So it appears there were no casualties, thankfully. Again, there could have been casualties, but they're hiding them. In any case, let me show you what Iran is saying, because you guys, we talked about this just yesterday when it happened, as it was happening. And we didn't have enough information. And I told you guys, if it really is Iran, Iran will say it, because Iran is not afraid. They just, when they do a strike, they announce that they did a strike. They don't have to hide it or something like the Israelis do. And lo and behold, I was right. The IRGC came out and officially said that they are the ones who hit Erbil with these missiles. And they claimed that the Iranians claimed that they hit a base in a base that's being used by Israel for, quote, conspiracy and mischiefs. I love the description. So basically, they wrote this on they released this announcement, the IRGC, and they claimed responsibility. And I mean, let me explain something, man. You don't need usually the IRGC to claim responsibility, because this is a Cold War. So, you know, the Israelis will go and bomb Syria, and they'll kill someone from Iran. And then you'll see inside Syria or Iraq, the militias, the Hashd al-Sha'bi, they will hit an American base in response. But you don't see this on the news, right? It's more of a Cold War, because they're not going to enter direct confrontation. You're not going to see Iran and Israel in a direct fight, or Syria and Israel in a direct fight. Yeah, I mean, Israel bombed Syria, but still, Syria is limited in its response because they're engaged in a Cold War. Do you understand? So you kill, you know, the Israelis kill some Iranians, the Iranians will hit an American base, or an Israeli base, or, you know, an American base in Syria. Do you understand how this works? It's always tit for tat. Now, I want to show you who is killed, because, again, this strike by Iran was in response to the death of these 2 Iranians. So these are the IRGC officers who were killed by the Israelis in a strike in Syria. Okay? And they were martyred, and that's why Iran hit them back. Now, usually you might have the Hashd al-Sha'bi, which does these strikes, which is popular mobilization forces or popular mobilization units. You can call them either one, PMU or PMF. And that again, they often do strikes inside Iraq on American bases. And this is significant though this time because Iran is claiming the attack. It's announcing that it did it, and also because it's using ballistic missiles, right? So the last time Iran used ballistic missiles against the Americans in this fashion was when? It was in early 2021, right? So, 2020. So, you know, when Trump assassinated General Soleimani in January 2020, a few days later, the Iranians, they fired a bunch of ballistic missiles at the Ain al-Assad airbase in Iraq. So this is a coalition airbase in Iraq, but it's mostly occupied by Americans. And so this is the location on the map in Iraq. And they fired quite the barrage back then. So that's where the Ain al-Assad airbase is. And again, Iran hit that after Trump assassinated Soleimani in response. And no one died because there was some advance warning, I believe. I don't know who did it, but there was an advance warning. And, they went hiding. And then they said the Americans had traumatic brain injuries or something like that. But in any case, it appears that yesterday there were no casualties and no traumatic brain injuries either. But it is significant because what the Iranians are saying here is if you kill one of ours, then you're gonna get a response. Usually when the Israelis attack Syria, Syria is unable to respond because Syria doesn't have the equipment. Syria is already fighting a war on multiple fronts in the north with Idlib. Then you have the northeast with the Americans, the south with the Israelis, and you also have Al-Tanaf, which is this US airbase in the east. And so Syria doesn't have the capacity. It's already sliced up in 4 pieces and under occupation and in the middle of a war. So it can barely stand on its own 2 feet. But in the case of the Iranians, I mean, they don't take this lightly, even when it's maybe Hezbollah who are killed or Syrians who are killed. Because like I said, there's always a response. This time it was a bigger response, but there's always a response, whether it's through the PMU or directly from Iran. And of course, the PMU, they call them Iran-backed militias. Again, they are backed by Iran, but that's not their only characteristic. It's as the name implies, a popular mobilization unit because it regroups multiple militias of various backgrounds. And they say it's Shia militias. It's not Shia militias only. You have many other creeds, many ethnicities, religions that make up the PMU. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. And they often strike back at the Americans when such a thing happens. But I think it's interesting because of the scale of the attack, but also just to highlight to you the Cold War that's happening in the Middle East, because people think that, everything is relatively peaceful and there's no real conflict. No, there absolutely is. And you see that also on the diplomatic level. So if one of Iran's nuclear facilities is hit by the Israelis, Iran will just respond by putting in, replacing the damaged centrifuges with more advanced centrifuges and then raising the uranium enrichment level to 20 or 60%. And in this case, they also raise the stakes. You want to kill 2 IRGC, then the Iranians are going to take that as a pretext. It's not a pretext. They're going to take that as an attack and respond in kind in due time. And when they did that, the article said that Iran vows revenge. Well, they did it. They certainly did it. A lot of people actually for Soleimani don't consider the strike on the Ain al-Assad base in January 2020 to be the revenge. They say that that's still coming. That's what the Iranians say. And many others, by the way, because again, Soleimani is not just loved in Iran, as much as the New York Times wants you to believe otherwise. He's actually quite popular in most of the Middle East. And so just going back to this attack, even though they launched ballistic missiles at the Ain al-Assad base then, a lot of people don't consider that to have been the full response. And again, I hope you guys understand what a ballistic missile is, because that's not a joke. And just to give you an idea how dangerous and effective and advanced the Iranian ballistic missiles are. They're so advanced that this is one of the reasons Trump quit the nuclear deal, because he said that it doesn't go far enough. They weren't happy limiting Iran's nuclear program. They also wanted to limit the ballistic missiles. And of course, Iran's support for the PMU, for Syria, for Lebanon, Hezbollah, for Yemen, and so on. They actually unveiled in August 2020 a new cruise missile and a new ballistic missile, the Iranians, and they named them after Haj Qasem, so Soleimani and Abu Mahdi, right? That was during their military parade. And there was also just a few months ago, there was a video that was posted about Iran showing off its ballistic missiles. Let me play that video to you, because I don't think everyone understands how effective these things are and dangerous, frankly. So okay. Here we go. Check this out. I'll just fast forward to the part where they actually launched them. So they're basically enormous rockets. And of course, the first ballistic missiles were developed by the Nazis. So the Germans in World War II, they developed the V2, which looks like a rocket. You know, when you think of what a rocket looks like, this pencil-shaped thing, that's the V2. That's the first rocket and a ballistic missile, and it's the Nazis who invented that to bomb London with. And they also had the V1 before that, which actually looks like these tiny things over here. It's a tiny drone which self-destructs. Right, so they would put just enough fuel for it to fly from the French coast to London, and then when it would run out of fuel, you would hear it go because the engine doesn't have any more fuel, and then it would just randomly fall in London and blow people up. My grandmother was hit by a V1. She's still alive, but yeah, not a great experience. So anyway, this is just giving you some context of how potent these weapons are. And of course, every country has ballistic missiles now, those who consider themselves to be powers, right? So whether we're talking about Iran, China, Russia, the US, UK, it's not a question of being nuclear, because you also have nuclear, they're called ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. Those have actually multiple nuclear warheads. These are not nuclear. They're just conventional ballistic missiles, but they are so dangerous that the West has been trying to think of a nuclear deal 2.0 to include them in there so they can get rid of Iran's program. But I mean, this is just ridiculous. That's never happening in a million years. In any case, that is what they were using. I don't know if it was this specific model, which I just showed you, but this is the kind of armaments that they were using in Erbil yesterday, right? So again, I'm just going to play this to you. And I don't think they hit the U.S. consulate. Like I said, I think they hit the Israelis. And that shouldn't surprise you, because some of you might be thinking, well, Erbil is all the way over here. You know, Erbil is all the way over here. Why are there Israelis in Iraq? Oh, you'd be surprised. This is nothing new. We've known for a while that you have Israelis in this particular region. They have a cooperation. You know, they have a history of cooperation with the Kurds. You know, it's not uncommon. I mean, you know. Here, just look at this. Very simple. While formal diplomatic relations have not been established, relations between the two polities have existed since the early 20th century. So it's nothing new here. I'm not teaching you anything new. But one of the reasons I would expect you have Israelis there, whether it's Mossad or some other division, is of course because they are probably keeping tabs on the PMU. keeping tabs on, the Iraqi resistance and supporting the Americans maybe in some capacity. I'm just speculating, but it doesn't surprise me at all. Of course, you have Mossad there in Iraq and, the surrounding countries. Nothing surprising here. And I think it's normal that they try and deny it, say like, no, there's no such thing, there's no such base. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. This wasn't about hitting the Americans. This was about hitting the Israelis because they killed 2 men from the IRGC. But you don't hear about this in context in the media because they'll just tell you Iran hit this base or the airport in Erbil, right? And yes, that's true. But what happened? What's going on? What's the situation? What are what's the geopolitical context? There's a Cold War. That's what I'm trying to convey to you, and that's why you should pay attention to these things because it is very interesting. And when Biden, for example, was bombing Syria, within like the first month of his presidency, where did he bomb? He bombed right on the border with Iraq in a region that is known to have a PMU presence, and of course, this is part of that Cold War. So it's very interesting to witness these developments as they're happening. Another reason I obviously don't think it was the Americans is because Iran is trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with the Americans. I know they put the nuclear deal on hold, as I was telling you the other day, but the Iranians are not going to go and blow up an American base. That's just stupid. That's not the point. This is just a tit for tat. It's how it is. It's always how it goes in here, and that's part of the nature of this this Cold War. So there you go. Let me show you something else over here. I can't show you pictures because I think it's too graphic, but I will tell you about it nevertheless because it's important and you should know. So this was from earlier today. Maybe some of you who are following me on Twitter, you saw me write about this. So again, I can't show you any pictures because it's probably too graphic for YouTube, but I still want to tell you about this nonetheless. There was a huge deadly attack today in Ukraine, specifically in the Donetsk, the city of Donetsk, and this was a ballistic missile. The Ukrainians, allegedly, this is what the Russians are claiming. They claim that the Ukrainians fired a ballistic missile, and while it was still intercepted, so they were able to intercept the missile, pieces from it fell and killed over 20 people. So this is the headline from Al Jazeera. So they say here, so again, this is the headline from Al Jazeera. They say that 23 dead in missile attack on Donetsk. So fragments from a Ukrainian missile that was shot down fell in the rebel-held city center, killing 20 civilians, according to Russia. The Ukrainian military has denied launching a missile attack on the separatist-controlled city of Donetsk after the Russian Defense Ministry said that 23 civilians had been killed in a Ukrainian missile attack. Russia said that the Toshka U missile, so that's the model of it, had also wounded 28 people. So that's 23 civilians killed and 28 people wounded in addition. Okay? And they described it as a war crime as well. I don't know what the hell the browser's doing, excuse me. But in any case, so it killed 23 people, 28 wounded, and they called it a war crime. The figures, I mean, this is, it's horrible. I saw the photos and I cannot show you them. It's really horrible. And they've been calling this the largest attack, since the beginning of the latest hostilities. So if you go and look at the CNN, the thing on CNN, quote, "At the moment, we can talk about the largest number of civilian casualties as a result of a single strike," the leader of the Donetsk People's Republic, Denis Pushilin, told Russian television. around 20 people died, but the number is being updated. He told Russia 24, calling it a war crime. So again, you see it was 20 at the time he made that quote, and it's climbed since then. Here's a map just to illustrate again to you what we're talking about. You guys remember that Russia recognized these two breakaway republics, so Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, and you can see here like so both of them together make up the Donbass region, right? But we're talking about the city of Donetsk. And they say that reports of this attack came as Ukrainian and Russian negotiators met for a fourth round of talks since Russia invaded its neighboring country on February 24th. The talks ended after several hours without a breakthrough. Now, I'm just looking at this video to see if I can actually show anything, because I think it might be too graphic. Yeah, I'm not going to show that. I'm not going to show that to you. That's too much. So yeah, my point about this is, I mean, where do we begin? First of all, I didn't hear about this attack from mainstream media. Number one, the bit that I just showed you from CNN, I couldn't find it at first. I typed CNN missile Donetsk, nothing. I had to go digging and searching specifically on CNN to find it because it was buried. There's been no headline in Western media. I looked in the news section. I couldn't find any headlines, like an actual headline about this. And no condemnation. As far as I know, no one at all has condemned this from the West. I can assure you, if it happened in, if it was the other way around, the Russians had launched this, they would immediately condemn it, right? Here's a fragment of the bomb. So again, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult to deny that, because, each side knows what the other side is using. And usually, parts, weapons, they have serial numbers. You can see who the manufacturer is and so on. Again, I don't know if the Russians are using this, because some people, I'll tell you what the other side has been saying. People have been suggesting that the Russians did this and it's a false flag attack, right? So the Russians fired this at Donetsk so they can frame the Ukrainians as having done that. Again, I have no evidence to suggest that. I have no clue where this comes from, but that's what people are saying. I'm just telling you what people are saying. I'm just reporting to you. Again, I have no clue where that comes from. I don't know why Russia would do that. Here's some more pictures underneath. Smoke and fire. No, do you notice where this is taking place? Do you see that this is in the middle of the city? Right? It's most certainly a residential area. And again, I'm not gonna show you anything graphic, but this is certainly a war crime. If it turns, whoever did it, I mean, it doesn't matter who did it. It's certainly a war crime, because I don't see any reports from anyone about any military target being here. It's not like someone fired the missile and said, yeah, but they were sheltering such and such munitions here, or whatever excuse. No, this is nothing. It looks completely indiscriminate to me. Now, at the same time, ballistic missiles can also, not just ballistic missiles, surface-to-air missiles, ammunition in general, you have duds, you have things that are errant. This could very well also be an errant missile. It could have also been a complete accident. I don't know. When in Syria last year, the Syrians tried firing at an Israeli jet that was bombing Syria, and the missile ended up chasing this Israeli jet for like 200 kilometers, and it almost hit the Dimona nuclear facility. It fell just a few kilometers from that. So this does happen. I'm just speculating in this case, but either way, what I know for sure is that this is extremely tragic, and see, not just this attack, but seeing 2 million refugees, man, this is so messed up. It reminds me of Syria, everybody just fleeing and all of this suffering. It's really, really bad. I obviously, it's not the same scale, but it doesn't change the fact that it's bad. And it's really heartbreaking. And I didn't see any condemnation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the time that I'm making this video and I'm speaking to you live, I didn't see any condemnation, and I don't see anything military. I don't see any military targets in this region here in Donetsk, in the middle of the city. So, you decide for yourself whether it was an accident or an errant missile. I don't think so. My opinion, I don't think it was an accident. And I think this was fired indiscriminately. I'm just speculating. But you know why I think that? Because if you look at the last 8 years of what's been happening in this region right here in the Donbass, 14,000 people have been killed, man, in total, and 80% of them were in this region. That wasn't an accident. The Ukrainian government, the fake government, the one that was engineered by the United States when they did a coup in 2014 and they replaced the Ukrainian government with this puppet government. They've declared war, de facto war on the people in this region, and we cannot deny that. We can't just turn a blind eye and say, "Oh yeah, this missile just," no, it's too common to be an accident. These are not. It's not me just saying that. Let me pull up. I'm going to do this right now for you because this is not my opinion with the figures. The United Nations says this. Okay, so let me show you over here. The United Nations, they had a report, which they released. And I think it was about 81.4% of the deaths, as I said, from these 14,000 were in separatist-held areas. And 14,000 is the last 8 years, but I'm talking about just the last 3. So this is from 2018 to 2021, okay? Here we go. So this is from the United Nations, from Ukraine.un.org, and you can see here that this is from 2018 to 2021, civilian casualties caused by active hostilities per territory. Look at the total, okay? Underneath here, the percent. So 81.4%, okay, of these casualties were in territory controlled by self-proclaimed republics. So what does that mean? That means we are talking about Luhansk and Donetsk. We're talking about the Donbass region. Do you understand? So you've had a pattern, shall we say? You've had repeat, this exchange of violence, and most of it is taking place against this region here, the people living here. So to think that this missile just fell out of the sky, I have serious doubts for people who believe that. And it's very tragic. And I want to be very clear. This is not like more tragic or more worthy than other people who are being killed in other parts of Ukraine. There's still civilians, man. Civilian is a civilian. It doesn't change, where they're from. We're not going to be like these hosts on CBS. So it doesn't change that. But I wanted to just point out to you because my point with all of this is that this story, I didn't see it as a headline, like the maternity hospital one. And I'm not surprised that there's a lack of condemnation, because you would normally see like every leader coming out in the EU and the West right now, especially in this climate, and condemning this. If the Russians had done it, right? They wouldn't hesitate. It would be a top story. And I don't see that right now. And I think my impression from this is that it's in line with what's been happening for the last 8 years, which is they don't talk much about the realities in this region, in the Donbass, and they don't want to tell you that the majority of the victims are ethnic Russians or, Russian speaking, are people who don't recognize the fake puppet government and who've resisted this engineered coup by the US. And I think that's on purpose because they want you to believe the war started on 24th of February. Yeah, But what about the last 8 years? That's not a war? With all these people being killed? It's certainly a war. It's certainly a war. And most people don't know that because they don't want you to know that on the media. I think, again, if you walk up in the street and you talk to someone, you know, they're not going to know about this. They're just going to know what's happened in the last 3 weeks. And again, it doesn't mean like, oh, we're supporting the invasion or we're supporting going into Ukraine. But you, again, like we were saying with Joey, you can't talk about geopolitics and about international relations and then leave out the international relations and the geopolitics. Get the hell out of here. This is not a fucking psychology class. This is not, you know, pick your favorite equivalent to Hitler. This is international relations, international politics, and we're speaking on some real stuff. Okay? We're putting it in context. We're talking about both sides. We're pointing out the hypocrisy. This is how we roll. And this is what we're doing because the mainstream media are not doing their jobs. So we have to do it. Again, very tragic. And when I see what's happening there, it reminds me a lot of Syria because how they lied about Syria. You know, they only care about Syrians who are killed by the Russians and the Syrian government. They never care about the Syrians who are killed by the terrorists, the ones that they are supporting. And they don't care about the Syrians suffering under the siege, under the sanctions. It's selective, you know, and they use them as tokens in a cynical way. And they're the vehicles of this harm, the mainstream media, because they encourage it, they sell it, they package it, they put it in a nice, you know, marketable, digestible package for every citizen and every person across the world to swallow, but they're swallowing poison. They're not being told the truth. And this is, again, one of those instances. And I bet you most people heard about the maternity thing, but they ain't heard about this one, you know? Again, I had to go digging to find the CNN one. The Al Jazeera one came up, but that's about it. And I want to point out the language also because, you know, they say things like, in this case, this is from Reuters. They say Russia accuses Ukraine of missile strike in Donetsk. So Russia accuses. But if it was the other way around, they would say Russia bombed a hospital. They don't say Ukraine accuses Russia of having bombed a hospital. They just say it like it's a fact. Russia bombed a hospital. And here it's like they have to cast doubt on it. They say, well, Russia's saying that. I don't know if you want to believe the Russians, but that's what they're saying, you know? And this has nothing to do with now. They always do this. I've pointed this out to you many times, how they play with the language. They say, you know, the Syria claims that Israel bombed Damascus, right? They don't say that Israel bombed Damascus, which everyone and their fucking uncle can see. No. They say it's just a rumor. It's just those Syrians who are saying that. You're going to believe Assad? You know, that's how they market it. And they sell it to you. It's dirty. It's dirty. You know. Look at the BBC. This is the BBC. 3 dead hit by Russian airstrike. They don't say Ukraine said that there was a Russian airstrike. Just say it's a fact. It was a Russian airstrike. Okay, great. I appreciate the clarity. Could you do that across the board, please? Because that's not what this looks like. Again, I'm talking about BBC and Reuters. It's the same thing, all across the board. So, sorry, I need to drink something because I'm very thirsty. But we're gonna keep going. Very, very tragic what's happening in Ukraine. I feel very sorry for the people there because they don't deserve this being used as, you know, geopolitical pawns. I think it's very bad. Very sad. I wanted to show you something which I don't know if anyone else reported on this. Give me a second because I found this video and I wanted to show it to you. And I think I mentioned it earlier with Joey. If you guys were tuned in earlier, you would have heard me talking about it. Here we go. This is the one.
With each pass.
Okay. Wow. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I just noticed something else. Okay. So again, I had the misfortune of stumbling across the clip from MSNBC, and this is Chuck Todd, and he's interviewing the deputy mayor of the Ukrainian city of Mariupol. And I just wanted to play you a tiny clip. Again, you guys have to forgive me for subjecting you to this, but seriously, pay attention to what the mayor is saying, okay?
Confident you can continue this resistance, and for how long?
I should tell that from a military point of view, of course, Ukrainian army, Azov battalion are brave and try to defeat up to the end, so up to the last battle.
Did you hear that? I'm going to play it again. Listen to what he said.
And for how long?
I should tell that from a military point of view, of course, Ukrainian army, Azov battalion are brave and...
What? He said Ukrainian army and Azov battalion. When I heard this clip originally, I was eating and I had to do like a triple take. I was like, what? My ears must be playing tricks. I mean, played it like 3-4 times. Listen, he's saying that.
I should tell that from a military point of view, of course, Ukrainian army, Azov battalion are brave and try to...
Yeah, you know, the Ukrainian army and those Nazis over there, don't mind them. They're really brave. Everybody is really brave here, right? Including the Nazis, which I'm specifically highlighting. They have no shame. They have no shame. And did you notice the transcript? I don't know why this happened, but it's not there. It doesn't say Azov battalion. Look at the transcript on YouTube. It says, from military point of view, the Ukrainian army is brave and will defend up to the last bullet. No. He didn't say the Ukrainian army. He said the Ukrainian army, the Azov battalion are very brave. He said Azov battalion. Why is it removed from the transcript or not appearing there? That's a bit weird, right? Why would YouTube do that? Aren't the Azov battalion the guys that we're supposed to be cheering on now in the West, apparently, according to Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, who have now allowed praise of these Nazis, right? Interesting. Because, again, this, according to Reuters, emails also showed that Meta, which is Facebook, would allow praise of the right-wing Azov battalion, which is normally prohibited. Yeah, you know, glorifying Nazis is normally prohibited, but apparently now there's an exception. Like, this is what's so hilarious, because they want to tell you that there are no Nazis in Ukraine, and, you know, I mean, obviously it goes without saying that most people in Ukraine are not Nazis, of course not, but you cannot deny that these groups exist. Right Sector, C14, Azov Battalion, they're growing, and you have people in the Ukrainian government, even if they're at the level of the mayor or otherwise, or the Ukrainian National Guard, who are working with them, supporting them, enabling them. And this is the second mayor that we've seen now. I just showed you the other day, there was another mayor, Ukrainian mayor, who was doing an interview with CBS, I believe it was. And he had a portrait behind him of Stepan Bandera, right? So that guy, he was a Ukrainian nationalist and a Nazi collaborator, and he killed Poles, he killed Jews, he was part of the Holocaust, and you know, this Ukrainian mayor, look at this video over here. This Ukrainian mayor has a picture of him, of this Nazi collaborator, of this guy who killed Poles and Jews, just hanging there casually behind him, and he's being interviewed on PBS, and they don't mention it. Like, it's just so casual, you know? You know, why don't you just go hang a picture of Himmler while you're at it, you know? Why stop at Bandera? Have you got Goering as well? Maybe a little Dr. Goebbels to go with your collection? I mean, nothing. It's just normal. Yeah, of course these people celebrate Nazis. What's wrong with that? So this guy here, right? The mayor of Konotov, he's got Bandera behind him. This deputy mayor of Mariupol, just casually glorifying the Azov battalion. I mean, how, like, where does this end? Because we have social media companies telling us now that it's okay to not just call for Russians to be killed, but to glorify literal fucking Nazis. And we have government officials, Ukrainian officials, coming on Western TV and celebrating Nazis, either with portraits or verbally, praising Nazis, and they don't say anything. Like, I'm gonna play the rest of the clip. Tell me in the comments, do you think Chuck Todd interrupted him and asked him, what's the Azov battalion? Why are you praising them? You think he did that? Hell no, he didn't. Take a look yourself. It never came up.
An army, Azov battalion, are brave and try to defeat up to the end, so up to the last bullet. I am absolutely sure in it. But you know, and all the world and US citizens know that we don't have any weapon to protect our lives from the air. So Putin and his army are flattening the city and destroying all the civil infrastructure. That's why we do not know how to protect from air bombing, for example. But humanitarian situation is really awful, and we need food, we need water, and our citizens want to receive humanitarian help, but it's not possible because of continuous shelling and bombing from Russian army.
Do you feel as if the West should be doing more to help you right now?
We are very thankful for all the efforts that...
There you go. Feel free to watch the whole interview and suffer. I'm not going to subject you to that, but I can assure you they made no mention of what the Azov is. And again, for those of you who are not familiar, I can show you some pictures of these very fine human beings. I'm obviously being sarcastic. Here's their symbol, which they wear proudly. Again, this is a Nazi symbol. It's called a Wolfsangel, and just one of many symbols that you see. And it's just totally normal, you know, totally normal now. This is the level that liberals have stooped to. They're normalizing Nazis, rehabilitating Nazis, saying, oh, you know, Hitler wasn't so bad. Oh, those Nazis over there in Ukraine, we're just going to turn a blind eye. This is the level that they stoop to just to antagonize Russia, you know? Like, this is who they are. And you're seeing their true colors, that they don't mind this stuff. I mean, wow. I want to show you this tweet over here. This was from Glenn Greenwald, okay? And he says, everyone in the United States with a MAGA hat is deemed a literal Nazi who you're supposed to punch and or imprison. But liberals see actual real-life Nazis in Ukraine and either swoon with admiration, arm them, or call you a Kremlin agent for wondering if this might work out poorly. Yep. And underneath here, Glenn points out that this figure, who's, you know, become sort of a star now, you know, Ilya Ponomarenko, is an actual supporter and declared so-called brother in arms with the Azov battalion, the neo-Nazi Azov battalion. And, you know, they just portray it as heroic now, you know. And Glenn correctly points out, of course it's false that a majority of Ukrainians or Ukrainian officials are neo-Nazis. No one is saying that. No one is saying that. I'm not saying that. Glenn is not saying that. No one is saying that. But you cannot deny that they wield, the minority who are Nazis wield extraordinary influence and are setting the stage, right? As Glenn says, these militia groups are a significant force in the Ukrainian military. Again, they're officially incorporated in the Ukrainian military. They're not just like some group operating by themselves. And, quote, as part of the repressive climate of war propaganda, this can no longer be said. But the Western press long warned of it. And that's true. You and I, we watched this documentary just the other day. We were looking at how it was produced by NBC, right? So even they were showing how you have these training camps for children to like indoctrinate them with this far-right nationalism in Ukraine. And of course, you know, it was okay to say that before, up until the crisis started now, but now you can't say that anymore because you're going against the war effort, right? You're questioning the propaganda, so you can't do that. And that's why they remove films like Ukraine on Fire, so Oliver Stone's film. And again, I interviewed the director Igor Lopatonok, and I'll have the interview up just shortly for you. They removed his film from YouTube, from Vimeo, and that's how they do. They censor it. So people don't understand that you do have neo-Nazis in Ukraine. You do have an issue with nationalism, and it's quite a potent one. It's not a joke to be taken lightly. So again, just casual rehabilitation again on Western media of these guys, and it's no different. Again, it reminds me of when you would watch about Syria, and they would they just try to whitewash these jihadists as moderate rebels, and fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You remember how George Bush butchered that quote? You get the idea, though. Thank you very much to JD Music Production for the super chat. JD says, Ericsson was just revealed of bribing Daesh in Iraq to buy access to certain areas. The Swedish government had a secret project called Project Simum to build a weapons factory in Saudi and did sell them Arii and Global Eye planes. So I'm not familiar with that story. Hold on, let me see what's going on. I'll try and touch on it later, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. I appreciate when you guys give me that, and I also wanted to say thank you to again Sarah, I think it was earlier, for the invitation. I don't know if she's still watching, but I'll try and get back to her somehow. So yeah, here's something else I wanted to show you. In terms of prisoners of war in Ukraine. So this is give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to prepare something for you. Maybe some of you know what I'm going to talk about in terms of prisoners of war in Ukraine. Okay. So you have Russian prisoners of war that have been filmed, okay, while in captivity, and basically submitted to degrading treatment. And I want to show you some of the reactions to that. So this is hold on, I'll start again because I switched to the wrong one. You'll forgive me. Here we go. So again, like I was saying, you have Russian prisoners of war who were filmed while in captivity and subjected to really degrading treatment. And I wanted to show you the take of liberals on this. So Glenn Greenwald was posting their reactions, and basically they were talking about how in this article from the Sydney Morning Herald, it reads, Ukraine's videos of crying Russian prisoners could violate the Geneva Convention, because that's what they were filming, the Russian soldiers just crying and basically posting that on the internet to embarrass them after they had been captured as prisoners of war. And then you have comments underneath. Look at these comments by liberals. They say, why worry about the fine print? There is a war and it has to stop by all means. Stop stirring fire like this. The world needs to unite. And then other ones say, yes, it is against the Geneva Conventions to publicly display POWs, but this is something else entirely, in my humble opinion. And then we have another one. I don't usually share prisoner of war pictures, but this is extraordinary confession from a Russian soldier is important because it confirms absolutely that the line that Ukrainians are fascists was not only sold to by Glenn Greenwald and the Putinist left, but to most Russians. God, imagine how messed up in the head you have to be to say this kind of stuff. The Putinist left. Grow a ball sack and stop with your insults and try to answer arguments concretely. I just showed you a Ukrainian mayor, deputy mayor of Mariupol, who's praising the fucking Azov battalion, which are neo-Nazis. Does that mean every Ukrainian mayor is a neo-Nazi? No, but it exists. There's an issue here. And you're arming them, and you've been arming them before. Look at this. This is what they're talking about, okay? This is the video, one of the videos.
Да, нам говорили, что якобы на территории Украины, но это еще, как бы, когда мы в России находились, по средствам массовой информации, там говорилось в основном о том, что на территории Украины господствует, я сейчас дословно 100% ошибусь, поэтому не судите строго, что на территории Украины господствует фашистский режим, что националисты, нацисты захватили власть в свои руки, что обычным людям нужно помочь избавиться вот от этого, ну, условно говоря, ярма. Вот, то есть цель нам довели такую. Естественно, это была информация односторонняя, то есть у нас же есть интернет, там иногда пролетает, то есть из других источников. То есть мы могли немножко анализировать, то есть мы, естественно, мы сомневались, то есть до конца мы не понимали, естественно, ситуации. Мы только когда я лично для себя, когда мы только сюда зашли, потом я когда посмотрел выступления боксеров профессиональных ваших, то есть я народ.
So you get the idea. This is basically like a forced confession. You can't do this thing under the Geneva Convention, and liberals don't seem to mind at all, right? They think, oh, it's okay because we're doing it's our to our benefit, and it's Russian troops doing it. So whatever, we can treat the Russians however we like. Here's another one. They say, I understand Geneva Conventions, but this man seems sincere and honest. And if more people in Russia seeing this wake up from their zombified state, the better. You know, again, it's like, yeah, I understand Geneva Conventions. Like, it's some kind of afterthought and not like, you know, okay, we'll get to that later. No, there's no we'll get to that later. This is a prisoner of war, and you must treat them according to the Geneva Convention. You know who had this kind of attitude about violating the Geneva Convention? The Nazis, because the Nazis said, well, Russia didn't sign the Geneva Convention, so we don't have to treat them according to the rules therein, which is fake. It doesn't matter if you arrest detain a prisoner of war from China or Bangladesh or Norway or Sweden, or it makes no difference whether their country signed the convention or not. If you signed it, you got to follow it. And of course, the Germans had signed it, but they treated the Soviets like subhuman. They exterminated them, they marched them to death and starved them, and that was their argument. And so you have people here, liberals, basically saying that it's okay to violate the Geneva Convention because it suits their narrative, and they think that it's okay to post videos of forced confessions, humiliating, I don't care what you call it, that you can't do that. Here's some more of this stuff. Russian soldiers captured by Ukrainian armed forces, now prisoners of war.
Да, быстрее думай, внимание, ой, я не хочу резервы в случае, если вас прорывали, какие резервы туда потянут? Нам ничего, нам поставили, смотрите, ничего нам не движется. Старший кто у тебя был? Позывные.
So again, that's you got many of these videos, right? Many of these videos here. And they're humiliating them. You can't do that. Look at Article 13 of the Geneva Convention regarding the treatment of prisoners of war. So they say prisoners of war must at all times be humanely treated. Any unlawful act or omission by the detaining power, so in this case Ukraine, causing death or seriously endangering the health of a prisoner of war in its custody is prohibited and will be regarded as a serious breach of the present convention. In particular, no prisoner of war may be subjected to physical mutilation or to medical or scientific experiments of any kind, which are not justified by the medical, dental, or hospital treatment of the prisoner concerned and carried out in his interest. And likewise, prisoners of war must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation, and against insults and public curiosity. And measures of reprisal against prisoners of war are prohibited. So again, basically you can't take revenge on prisoners of war. And I mean, public humiliation is certainly one form of that. So you could certainly make a case there. I can also show you... this is... yeah, I'm not going to show you all these videos because it's quite bad. It's quite bad. This is from Amnesty International. So Amnesty International reported on this violation. They said that prisoners of war must be protected from public curiosity under Geneva Convention. Prisoners of war in the Russian invasion of Ukraine must have their rights respected under the Third Geneva Convention, Amnesty International said today. In recent days, the Ukrainian authorities have brought Russian prisoners of war to press conferences to discuss their roles in the military invasion. And videos on social media have also shown captured soldiers contacting family members in Russia. So I'm sure you've seen those videos too, where they were giving some guy tea and a phone, and he was like crying on the phone, crying while speaking, and they were filming this and posting it online. And they were using it as propaganda in the US, right? They're basically saying, look, this guy just wants to go home. Why can't all the other Russians see what's going on and just, stop fighting in Putin's war? This is propaganda. I don't care what the fuck you say. It's propaganda, and it's against the Geneva Convention. That's what it is. You're abusing the POW. You cannot do that. Whether they're Ukrainian, they're Russian, makes no difference. Videos of captured Ukrainian soldiers have also appeared on social media, though it is not yet clear if these have official sanction. As the conflict continues, it is essential that all parties to the conflict fully respect the rights of prisoners of war. Joanne Mariners, who is the director of Amnesty International's Crisis Response Program, said, any public appearances can put prisoners of war at risk when they are returned to their home country, and also prove problematic for their families whilst they are detained. Yeah, because they could say, in Russia... For example, this is just hypothetical. They could see a video of a Russian POW and say, "See, he's telling them about this mission. He revealed classified details, or he's lying." And then they could accuse him of being a traitor. And then the guy gets punished at home when he gets home eventually, or they punish his family. Do you understand? That's just one alternative. One consequence, one possible consequence. And so they continue. Article 13 of the Third Geneva Convention explicitly states that prisoners of war must be protected at all times, particularly from public curiosity. It is the duty of the detaining power to ensure these prisoners' rights are properly respected from the moment they are captured. Right? And I just read to you Article 13, and the authoritative commentary by the International Committee of the Red Cross specifies that, quote, any materials that enable individual prisoners to be identified must normally be regarded as subjecting them to public curiosity, and therefore may not be transmitted, published, or broadcast. So obviously that includes someone's face, right? Or their ID. So there you go. This is, there's several cases of this. I've just shown you a fraction. Of what's going on. And here is something else I wanted to point out, because, we're going to criticize Ukraine. We should also criticize Russia, because what I thought of is Snake Island. You remember they said that there was this myth that came out that, these 13 soldiers on Snake Island, they died bravely after they told a Russian warship to go F itself. And it turns out to be a lie. This didn't happen. It was completely made up. The 13 guys were actually not 13. It was several dozen of them, and they were all perfectly in good health and alive. However, how do we know that? We know that because Russia posted a video of them being treated. Do you remember they were walking past this ship and they were giving them, I think, water and things like that. And then afterwards, they filmed them in the bus. And then they also filmed them individually. And they filmed the soldiers individually and got them to confess on the camera that they were obviously alive. So, I mean, yes, on the one hand, okay, it proved that Snake Island wasn't true and it debunked the myth. But you still shouldn't do that. That's not okay. You're not allowed to do that. The Snake Island thing, it should have been debunked through official channels. You know, Russia presenting that to whatever authority, we could say the UN or the Red Cross, just to assure that these guys are in safe hands, but not posting that on the internet. That's not okay. Even though I agree it's good that it's debunked, but it should have been done in another way. You shouldn't have done that, because that's a violation of the Geneva Convention. I'm sorry. We have to be fair. We have to be correct. We have to be honest, and that's what it is. I don't see under any circumstances how it was okay to film those guys from Snake Island, with these sorts of not forced confessions, whatever you want to call it. I don't think that was okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was a breach of the Geneva Convention as well. Although, to be fair, that was, from what I've seen, that was just one incident, and obviously with the Ukrainians, I mean, it's many incidents, and it's being also justified by liberals. Do you understand? So they go on Twitter, these liberals, and they encourage it. They think that it's okay. I don't usually share POW pictures. You what does that mean? And then of course here it gets even worse, right? They say, oh yeah, here it gets even worse. They say, yeah, the Geneva Convention, whatever. So again, if we criticize the Ukrainians and the liberals who are making fun of Russian prisoners of war and weaponizing that, we also have to criticize Russia when they film prisoners of war. It's not okay. And I'm not I already showed you before, because when I was talking about Snake Island, but I'm not sure if you guys remember what I'm talking about. This is Snake Island. This is where they said that it took place. And of course, if you look up the story, you will see that they are alive and well. Thankfully, no one died. And again, I don't know if there's any. Yeah, so you can see here, there's this YouTube video, and Russia filmed these guys here, and filmed them also in the bus. So this is also not okay. This is also not okay. This is also a breach of the Geneva Convention. We have to be fair. We have to be balanced. That's how it is. Prisoners of war, they have rights. This is not something new. This is something that dates back already to the late 19th century and early 20th century with the Hague Convention, the Geneva Convention. And, when I was in high school, when I was 17, I actually did a presentation on how Allied prisoners of war were treated by the Axis. And I really learned a lot with that, because I saw how the percentage of how many were captured and how many were alive when the war ended. And the Chinese, millions of POWs, of Chinese POWs, were captured by the Japanese, and they killed 99% of them. Because, again, the Japanese saw them as inferior, racially inferior. They committed genocide against the Chinese. And then, of course, the Germans did the same thing to the Soviets. They saw them also as subhuman. They made up this rule that, Russia didn't sign the Geneva Convention, so we don't have to treat the Russian prisoners according to the Geneva Convention, which is false, because Germany was a party to it, so Germany has to respect it no matter no matter where the prisoner of war comes from. And they use that as a justification, along with the racial hatred, to wipe out the majority of the Russian prisoners of war that they captured. They put them on a low-calorie diet, and when I say low-calorie, I'm talking like you cannot survive. As a man, you need like 2,000 calories a day, right? Give or take. And they were giving these guys like 100 calories. Something ridiculous. And it was Bakke, who was the food minister under the Nazis, who came up with this hunger plan. It was literally called the hunger plan. So he wanted to make sure that Soviets soldiers starved to death, and the Soviets starved to death, and the German soldiers were well fed. Again, at the expense of the Soviets. And they starved them to death, and they sent them on death marches, and just so many horrific things, And then the Japanese in the Pacific, they also used British prisoners of war, Australian prisoners of war, to build the Burma Railway. They literally used them as slave labor to build this railway, and they also experimented on them scientifically. With diseases and under Unit 731. And this is very interesting, because instead of prosecuting the Japanese like they did with the Germans, what the Americans did at the end of World War II is they pardoned these Japanese war criminals in exchange for that research. And you got to ask yourself, why the hell would you even want that research in the first place? And why would you pardon them for these like horrific experiments? I'm scared to even tell you what they are, because YouTube might flag the video. Like, really just the worst kind of stuff, like Mengele, Dr. Mengele level, like the Germans were doing. And this was personally financed by the Japanese emperor. So the Americans pardoned them in exchange for that research. Shocking, but it's true. And actually, I was watching on RT of all places the other day. They were talking to some of the victims of this stuff. It's horrible. In any case, just to give you some examples how the Japanese violated the Geneva Convention, the Germans violated the Geneva Convention, and being honest, if you looked at the Allies, I'm pretty sure you would find many violations of the Geneva Convention, albeit to a lesser degree. I don't think it's the same degree, but certainly they exist on all sides, every single side. The Canadian, British, American. If you you can find many of them. Even the Soviets also, they violated the Geneva Convention, but it was certainly way more violent and widespread on the Axis side. But in any case, sorry, I know I digress, but I think it's important to give you context that these rules are not new. They exist since a long time, and they have to be respected, and there's a reason that they're international treaties. And in this case, both Ukraine and Russia are violating the Geneva Convention by publicly filming prisoners like this or like this. This is not okay. So, that's the difference, though. That's the difference, though, is that liberals, these pro-NATO clowns, they think it's okay to film prisoners of war for propaganda purposes like this. And I think it's unacceptable no matter what. I don't think that's okay at all. But they always find ways to rationalize violating international law. Again, it's the same. We always see this logic. When the Americans or the British bomb a hospital or they bomb civilian infrastructure, it's a mistake. It's not a war crime. It's a mistake. And when they film prisoners of war, yeah, there is the Geneva Convention, but it's okay because we're doing it to the Russians. They always have a reason to violate international law, which they keep talking about all the time, but they never respect. And they always have a reason, a justification, a pretext for them to do it because they're exceptional. It's this whole mantra that the Russians mean, they don't mean well. The Russians are evil, the Chinese are evil, the Iranians are evil, the Syrians are evil, the Cubans are evil. And every single thing they do is on purpose. Every crime, every accident, there's no accidents. It's all on purpose. And when NATO kills civilians, it's always an accident. NATO always means well. NATO can never do any wrong. This is the hypocrisy, and this is what is so outrageous. And, I don't need to remind you about Abu Ghraib, about the scandal there. You think anyone got punished for that? I think they got like 6-month sentences, something ridiculous. And of course, you look at Guantanamo Bay. In Guantanamo Bay, the Americans, what they've done is they built this base in Cuba because they were leasing the land there. And so to get around the U.S. jurisdiction, so they know they can't do this in the U.S., so they build it on Cuban soil. And then they say like, well, not only that, but the guys that we captured are not armed combatants because Al-Qaeda isn't, a country. So they say that we don't have to give them their rights under the Geneva Convention, and this is not the U.S., so we don't have to give them their right to due process or their the Bill of Rights. And they create all of these legal loopholes just to get around the law, and so they can treat these guys in Guantanamo Bay terribly and violate their human rights. And again, I interviewed one of them, Mansour al-Daifi. He was 14 years in Guantanamo Bay. It's right here on the channel. Just afterwards, after this video, go and watch it. It's horrifying, And they think that they can play games. It's abominable. It's really a catastrophe how they treat people there. It's the worst kinds of the worst things imaginable. And he was talking about how, while they were praying, because again, everyone in Guantanamo Bay is Muslim. What a coincidence. While they were praying, they would come and attack them and defecate on them. Just outrageous stuff. Outrageous. Again, guys, I'm sorry to nag you, but we are living in precarious times. So please take a minute when we're done or right now to subscribe on something other than YouTube, because I'm afraid of being censored. God forbid. And I hope everything will be okay, but we need to make a backup just in case. So please go on Telegram. Look, we got 3,500 of you already. That's amazing. So please consider subscribing on Telegram. It's also good because you get a notification every time I go live. I send you a message there. I also have Rumble. You guys told me to make a channel on Rumble. So I made one. It's rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. And I made one on Odyssey as well. You guys also asked me to do Odyssey. So again, odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. And there's also Rockfin, rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst. So I'm everywhere. I'm on every platform, and you guys should definitely subscribe there so we have a backup. So I'm posting the links for you below. And Claudia is kind enough. She posted the Odyssey, the Rumble, everything is in the chat. Bayleaf says I'm on Rumble. Great. Raz B says I have joined you on Patreon and Rockfin. Thank you very much. You're very kind, and I appreciate that. We got Monica, who just signed up on Patreon 2 minutes ago. Thank you very much, Monica. And I'll play a crab dance just for you. Thank you to everyone who's supporting my work. I appreciate you guys very, very, very much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much. Let's go, baby. Amazing. We have 629 people on Patreon. That's amazing. The goal is 650, so we're just 21 people away. Not bad. 21 subscribers away. I think that's great. Again, I promised you guys, I made you guys a promise. When we hit 1,000, God willing, I'm going to make a piñata out of your favorite politician. So I can't wait for that because, I think we can get there. So again, Patreon is a website where you can donate $1 a month or $2 a month or €1 a month, anything you like. And you can stop anytime you like. And again, this is to support my work. I don't do paywalls. Some people on Patreon, they say, go on Patreon and then you can unlock these videos. No, I don't. I give you everything. Every single thing I do is free. And if you are able to, and if you would like to, I kindly ask you to support my work. That's how I can keep doing this. Again, I'm very grateful because we've smashed multiple goals. So that's pretty cool. Also, earlier I was doing this. I think you guys saw the live stream starting soon. I like that more than the timer, so I'm going to use that from now on. And did you guys like the guests? We had Kathy and Joey from Consortium News. I got 2 for 1 from Consortium. That was great. And also David Mendoza. I think that was really great. Like, some of the best people to talk to about this topic. Who is your favorite guest? Let me know in the comments. And Anil just signed up on Patreon, so thank you very much. I'm going to play crab dance for you. Everybody, show Anil some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go, guys. Awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are great. So Claudia just updated the thermometer and now she has to do it again because you guys keep signing up too fast. So, which is a good problem to have, I suppose. Look at that. Last time, look at this. We were 604, right? And now, check this out. 629. Isn't that amazing? Really, really amazing. Most of you signed up while I wasn't even live. So that's great. Oh, I see Sarah got in touch with me. Is this Brazilian lady who wanted to interview me? I saw her message earlier. And I didn't see it before, you know, I caught a glimpse of it quickly, so I'm glad she was able to reach me. Very good. Again, speaking of emails, I started an online news outlet and we're looking for talented people to join, part-time or full-time. So if you're looking for a job and you are good at writing or video editing, animation, then I let me show you. We're on YouTube, and you can just write me an email, show me what you can do. And again, I will be slow to get back to you. I always tell you guys because I have a lot of work right now, but I'm trying my best. This is the YouTube channel. I'll put the link so you can. Oh, we hit 1,000 subscribers already. Well done. Thank you. You guys are great. We hit 1,000. That's not bad. I put the link below. This is the channel. You can see posting news all the time, every single day, very often. And, you know, I also want people who can speak in front of the camera the way I do for short videos or perhaps longer ones. But, you know, I can do that, obviously, and I already do, but I want other people to join me. So if you can, you're good at public speaking and you can write, then, again, just show me what you can do, and hopefully we can... Thank you for the super chat, Graham7. Says, read this Twitter on Julian. Okay, hold on. I will have to try and pull that up. See if I can find it. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. You'll have to give me a moment to find it. But yeah, sorry. Just going back to In Context. So In Context is the name of the outlet. So we have a YouTube and we have a Twitter as well. Over 3,000 followers already, not bad. And of course, we have an Instagram and a Facebook as well. All the links are in the chat. Claudia's going to post them now. So make sure you subscribe. You'll really enjoy it. Here's a video from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warning on possible nuclear conflict. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
The prospect of nuclear conflict once unthinkable. Further escalation of the war, whether by accident or design, threatens all of humanity. Raising the alert of Russian nuclear forces is a bone-chilling development. The prospect of nuclear conflict, once unthinkable, is now back within the realm of possibility. The security and safety of nuclear facilities must also be preserved. It's time to stop the horror unleashed on the people of Ukraine and get on the path of diplomacy and peace.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't disagree with the guy, but unfortunately, the UN is, you know, it's not very effective. It's a shame. It's a shame, honestly. That really sucks for Assange. That really sucks. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to comment about the video I just played to you from Antonio Guterres. I mean, yeah, obviously we're on the brink of nuclear war when you have liberals and neoconservative, these war hawks calling for no-fly zone. They don't even know what that means. I think most people who are saying, let's do a no-fly zone in Russia and Ukraine, they don't understand what a no-fly zone is. They don't. What do you think is going to happen? You're just going to, throw darts at Russian jets and just pop them out of the sky like balloons. You have to shoot them down. You have to kill Russian pilots. And the Russians are going to get very angry, and they're going to start shooting down NATO jets or Ukrainian jets with, perhaps more... they're going to start using S-400s against NATO jets, and that's going to turn very ugly. And you're going to escalate that there's a very good chance it escalates to a nuclear confrontation. You have NATO countries, several of them nuclear powers, against Russia, which is a nuclear power. Russia has more nukes than any country. What do you think is going to happen? This is very dangerous. This is very, very reckless. And Joey earlier was right. It's so funny that the Pentagon, of all places, the Pentagon is talking a sense and saying, no, we're not going to commit NATO troops, and we're not going to put a no-fly zone. I mean, let's be realistic. NATO is in this conflict. They're sending weapons to Ukraine. If Russia was sending weapons to a U.S. adversary, they'd certainly view Russia as a party to the conflict. In any case, though, obviously that would represent a significant escalation with direct confrontation, hot war. And that's not going to end well. So people who are calling for no-fly zones, they really need to behave. You need to behave, because you're out of pocket. You're absolutely out of pocket. And you're going to get us all killed with your nonsense. You're going to get us all killed. I'm trying to show you a clip over here. Where can I find this now? I don't know, man. There's a video I wanted to show you from someone in Congress who's a complete idiot. And I can't find it right now. But they were basically saying, yeah, we should do a no-fly zone. And then when they were asked if they actually know what it means, they didn't know. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. Okay, so this is the video. This is...
Russian oil?
I think Max Blumenthal filmed this. It's Representative Maria Salazar.
Major military escalation.
I think that he did well in banning Russian oil. I think they would be nefarious and pernicious and really bad for the Venezuelan people and its future as a free country to start dealing with Maduro, even to buy shoes from him, purses, whatever this has nothing to do with oil. It has to do with engaging with another dictator.
Yeah, and
human rights is across the board.
And do you support a no-fly zone in Ukraine?
I support everything that has to do with punishing Vladimir Putin and helping the Ukrainians.
Wouldn't that mean direct conventional warfare with Russia?
I don't know what it will mean, but freedom is not free.
What do you mean you don't know what it would mean? Why the fuck are you calling for it? You're calling for World War III and you don't even know what you're calling for? You clown. How are you in Congress? My goodness. You utter clown.
That has to do with punishing Vladimir Putin will mean, but free the Ukrainians.
Wouldn't that mean direct conventional warfare with Russia?
I don't know what it will mean, but freedom is not free.
So you don't know what
freedom is not free. Motherfucker, there's not going to be no freedom and nothing free if we're all killed. What are you talking about? Freedom is not free. That's like the crappy slogan you might hear on Fox News, like during the Iraq War. Freedom is not free. Join now.
Warfare with Russia?
I don't know what it will mean, but freedom is not free.
So you don't know what a no-fly zone will mean. If you have to shoot down Russian planes, I mean.
Of course.
So
of course. Then she's like, oh, that's what it means. Yes, let's go.
will mean if you have to shoot down Russian planes, I mean.
Of course.
So conventional war with Russia.
Listen, thank you.
Hi, Max Blumenthal from the
God, that was hilarious. She's more of a comedian than a congressperson, isn't she? God, I love that. That was hilarious. Of course, let's go. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. You know, this is really... they don't have the brightest people in Congress, exactly, do they? I want to show you something else. This is from Adam Kinzinger, okay? So he was on Twitter, and look what he posted. He said that, quote, Belarus is not in a Warsaw Pact. No shit. Warsaw Pact doesn't exist anymore, buddy. Belarus is not in a Warsaw Pact. Belarus should become a legitimate target by NATO if this is true. It's a way to indirectly respond without directly attacking Russia. What do you mean if this is true? Like it's a secret that will later be revealed? You know, you're gonna open a fortune cookie and find out if Belarus is in the Warsaw Pact. It doesn't exist, you fucking dunce. What do you mean if this is true? He speaks like a 12-year-old. Look how he writes. This guy's in Congress? Belarus was part of Russia, of the Soviet Union, and the Warsaw Pact doesn't exist anymore since the early 90s. It was dissolved when the Soviet Union collapsed. And when it did exist, when the Warsaw Pact did exist, Belarus was in the Warsaw Pact. I mean, because it was part of the Soviet Union. I'm so confused by this. How is this guy in Congress? Do you know what's even worse? He's not just in Congress. He's a fucking lieutenant colonel in the National Guard. You're in the military and you don't know whether the Warsaw Pact exists. What are you discussing during briefings and training? What are they teaching you? What do you train for? I mean, didn't this guy think that, we never mentioned the Warsaw Pact. Why don't we ever talk about this thing? What an idiot. God, this is who is running the U.S. Congress. Can you believe this? No wonder we have so many wars. No wonder. Look at the level of clownery that we're dealing with. I mean, when you have people like this who don't know what a no-fly zone means, they don't know what the hell the Warsaw Pact is and whether it even exists. And by the way, the Warsaw Pact was replaced by this CSTO, right? So that's a new military alliance, and Belarus is a part of it. So he's saying that, Belarus, if it's actually in a pact and a military alliance with Russia, it should be attacked by NATO. Yeah, well, it is in an alliance with Russia. So are you again saying that you want to start a war with Belarus? Like, this is so confusing. I don't understand these people. They're so confusing. And then, you know what this reminded me of? It's like down here when you have someone like AOC who's saying this word salad about Palestinians.
It's something that has been obviously very difficult, but that is what happened that day.
Congresswoman, the question that a lot of people ask me to ask you this is, was it worth doing present? Because it didn't really satisfy anyone. The supporters of Israel are mad at you for not voting for it. Critics of Israel are mad at you for not voting against it. Do you regret that?
It is something that I weigh because there's always the macro and then there's the micro. And in the macro of narrative...
Just stop. Just shut the fuck up. Just stop. The macro, the micro, the microwave. Just stop. Just stop. I mean, these are the people who are running the U.S. I mean, they're not really running the U.S. government. Wall Street runs the U.S. government. But these are the elected representatives, right? The supposed... representatives of the people, and they don't know their asses from their elbows. They don't know anything about Palestine, and they should know because they're supporting Israel. They're financing the Israeli occupation to the tune of $3.8 billion a year, probably more when they renew it in 2026. And then they are involved in NATO and NATO escalation and expansion, and they don't know whether the Warsaw Pact exists. I mean, Jesus, you really aren't. You're fucking dumb, like really dumb. This is bad. Like this is an abomination. There are people in high school who know more than this. This is really, really bad. And I wish it was just like a few of them, but it's probably most of them. And that's why you end up in a situation where they don't know. They really don't know. Because I used to think these like statements, these word salads from AOC, they have to be fake. Like she can't be that stupid, right? She must be faking this. Because she would talk about Palestinians and we have to support Palestinian rights. Remember, we can't talk about it. We got to be about it. What? what does that mean? Are you gonna stop funding Israel or not? Like, which one is it? You know, and they make these ridiculous word salads, so you have no clue what they're saying. And I thought, like, the first time, it's probably just avoiding the question. But then it's like multiple times, and like, wow, I'm starting to think these people are really dumb. Like, they just really have no clue what's going on. They really have no idea. And to be fair to AOC, there's an interview she did with Glenn before she got elected, and she condemned Israel, and she was correctly pointing out how they were shooting people at the border, the so-called border fence during the right of return marches. So she was perfectly capable of seeing what that was and condemning that. So what changed? You know, this is again why I'm confused, because they're politicians after all, man. They're two-timers by profession. You know, they're double-faced, they're two-faced by profession. Double-timing, two-faced, lying motherfuckers, lying dog-faced pony soldiers. They're certainly two-timing, two-faced, lying dog-faced pony soldiers. And this one is really a dumb pony soldier. Oh boy. So, you know, I hope you enjoyed this little collection of latest absurdities by elected representatives in the US. Wow. Thank you very much, Crazy Puppet. I appreciate the donation. Crazy Puppet said, hello, everyone. Spread the word about Richard's breakdown of current events. Thank you very much, and I wholeheartedly endorse this message. You guys should spread my breakdowns, my videos, my reporting, my segments on all these things, and I'm very grateful if you do. You guys should, you know what you should do? You should go on Twitter and post any video you like from this channel, and always put the hashtag Richard Medhurst. Get it trending. I've never asked people to do anything like that, but who knows? You know, might work. Go ahead. Let's try it. What have we got to lose? In any case, you know, speaking of what I'm doing, again, I'm going to spam you guys. I don't care. Join on Odyssey. I made a channel on Odyssey because you guys asked me to. I made one on Rockfin. I made one on Rumble. And I'm on Substack. And I'm on Telegram. All of this is completely free, and that way we have a backup in case YouTube or whoever else censors me, God forbid. But you know, they demonetized me in the past, and this is no bueno. So you guys, we need to have a backup. Please go and sign up on one of these things, at least just one. It's completely free. I know it's annoying if you're not familiar with any of these platforms, but I do it because you asked me to, and I do it so we have a backup plan if there's contingency. It's very important. And yeah, thank you very much to Grim. Says people who are talking about the labs in Ukraine are being either accused of treason or Putin puppets. So this is a very good topic. It's something I wanted to talk about now. Let's go ahead and do that. 1 second, I'll just bring up some things to show you. Again, just you know, ridiculous. God. Liberals are truly a cancer. You know, they are the guardians and enablers of fascism, and they are in lockstep with neoconservatives. I mean, just Again, I don't like, you know, I prefer to address arguments, but I do that for 4 hours, so you will understand my rage, right? Okay. So again, I'm just getting some things ready for you, okay? Just give me a moment. This is exactly what Grim was talking about now. And I'm going to address that. Yeah, they really gave me a good laugh. Those politicians. A good laugh indeed. Okay. You guys ready? So maybe we can begin. As some of you pointed out, you have certain individuals being called traitors, right? Tulsi Gabbard is one of the people who liberals are now attacking as a traitor because she pointed out the existence of the U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. Mitt Romney posted this on Twitter. Let me read this to you. He said, Tulsi Gabbard is parroting false Russian propaganda. Her treasonous lies may well cost lives. So he's talking about Tulsi Gabbard going on, I believe it was Fox News, and talking about how these biolabs in Ukraine, which Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, admitted to the other day, are, you know, a matter of concern. And here's this video from Fox News. So Tulsi Gabbard went on Fox News and she talked about these biolabs. Let's take a look at this clip and why they're calling her a traitor or treasonous, okay?
One of the few adults we know in the foreign policy realm is Tulsi Gabbard, the former member of Congress from Hawaii, and we're happy to have her join us tonight. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on. So it's without even going into what they told us was Russian disinformation is actually true. How concerned are you that Victoria Nuland, who's overseeing this war, has just admitted there are unsecure bioagents, dangerous bioagents in Ukraine?
I'm extremely concerned, as should be every American and everyone in the world. The seriousness of this situation really can't be overstated. First of all, she didn't say no when she was asked by Marco Rubio about there being biological or chemical weapons in Ukraine. So if there were or are, obviously that would be a violation of the Biological Weapons Convention. Number two, they're categorically been trying to hide this, as you've laid out very, very well. And then once they were found out, rather than saying, hey, you know what, this is a critical emergency, it's a crisis, we have these pathogens in the midst of a war zone, not just in one location, but between 20 and 30 labs in Ukraine. This is a global crisis, we're going to take action immediately. This is how a responsible leader would react given the crisis of this moment. But instead, what did they do? Her response to Senator Rubio was immediately start pointing fingers. We're going to preemptively start the blame game should anything happen to these pathogens and who knows what is going on in these labs. Before anything bad happens, just say, you know what, it's the bad guys. It's the bad guys who are responsible for this. It is the height of irresponsibility. Their response to this, the fact that they're covering it up, the fact that they aren't doing really what needs to be done. Because unless this war in Ukraine ends right now, ends tonight, we face a very real certainty that one or more of these labs will be compromised, will be breached, and it won't just be the people of Ukraine who are impacted. We could face another global crisis when you look at a pathogen that could be released. We just went through this with COVID. We can't have forgotten this already.
And once again, agencies in the U.S. government, without our knowledge, are secretly funding research that, imperils the world, and no one is ever punished for it. So, speaking of no one ever punished, I wanted to get your reaction to this. 27 foreign policy heavyweights just signed an open letter calling for what they call a, quote, limited no-fly zone over Ukraine.
So, okay, I mean, she made her point, and Mitt Romney, he went on Twitter and then called her a traitor, and a bunch of other people did. I mean, you're seeing things like, watching Tulsi Gabbard go full treason on Twitter is something to behold. And of course, there's many, many, many posts like this all over Twitter. Tons of people calling her a traitor. I mean, look, people underneath here saying Hillary was right, because Hillary Clinton said Tulsi Gabbard was like some Russian agent or something ridiculous. And Tulsi Gabbard, she then went on Twitter and responded to this. She said, Mitt Romney, you have called me a treasonous liar for stating the fact that there are 25 plus US-funded biolabs in Ukraine, which, if breached, would release and spread deadly pathogens to the US and the world, and therefore must be secured in order to prevent new pandemics. Bizarrely, you claim that securing these labs, or even calling for securing these labs, is treasonous and will lead to a loss of life, when the exact opposite is obviously true. The spread of pathogens is what will cause the loss of life, not the prevention of such spread. Senator Romney, please provide evidence that what I said is untrue and treasonous. If you cannot, you should do the honorable thing, apologize, and resign from the Senate. Evidence of the existence of such biolabs, their vulnerability, and thus the need to take immediate action to secure them is beyond dispute. And then, of course, she cites the admission by Victoria Nuland, who's the U.S. Undersecretary for Political Affairs, who admitted the other day...
I only have a minute left. Let me ask you, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of
Right. So what was considered a conspiracy theory just up until a few days ago is now confirmed by a U.S. official, and Victoria Nuland no less. And of course, I spoke to Dilyana Gaitanjeva, who's been covering these biolabs for years now, and she was, kicked out of the EU because she asked the U.S. health official about this. And they tried to call her a conspiracy theorist and smeared her. And turns out she was 100% correct. Everything she published is now been verified. And pointing out though, this uncomfortable truth that the United States is doing something shady in Ukraine, even if, let's say, everything that they're doing in there is really truly just for research and it's just for, medical advancement. And why do they hide it? That's the issue. Because a lot of the practices that they were undergoing, and this is, of course, Dilyana was covering this already, they're very shady, giving people who work in these facilities diplomatic immunity. You never do that for, you rarely do that for private contractors, not just scientists, private contractors. They're not even working for the government. This is very shady to give them diplomatic immunity, especially if they're not performing the, consular services. And in addition to that, it's just scientific and they're private contractors. It's very strange. Claudia, again, who is a biologist, she looked through the documents. She pointed out many irregularities in how they handle the research because they're not being transparent with it. They've made these, for example, with Georgia, where they have some of these biolabs. They have one at Lugar, which is 17 kilometers from a U.S. base. They made an agreement making with the Georgians that no one from the American base or these labs can be prosecuted. So it's very, very shady. And this predates Victoria Nuland. We didn't need her to confirm this for us. But in any case, I'm struggling to see what is treasonous about saying, oh, we should make sure that these facilities are secured. What does that mean? How is common sense something that is completely normal, that should be done, that is the scientific thing to do, the reasonable thing to do, the rational thing to do, to secure facilities and make sure that, nothing spreads? How is that treasonous? Every time you say something that liberals don't like, they just immediately jump to calling you a Russian asset and you're a traitor and all these kinds of things. They don't address the argument. They just name call because they're weak. They can't argue. They can't confront truths. So they just resort to ad hominem attacks, to personal attacks. And again, this is... What is the idea here? That Tulsi Gabbard is a traitor because she's repeating a Kremlin talking point? But it's not a Kremlin talking point. I just showed you a video of Victoria Nuland, who's the U.S. Undersecretary for Political Affairs in this Biden administration. She's been in the U.S. government for a long time. She's a senior U.S. official. Is she a Kremlin asset? Is that what you're saying? Because she's the one who just confirmed that there are biolabs. Right? It's not just the Russians and the Chinese claiming something. No, it's Victoria Nuland confirming it. So what is treacherous about saying those things should be protected? I don't understand this. This is, again, the sickness that has permeated society now, Western society, especially U.S. Mainstream political discourse, that you can call anyone you don't like, oh, he's a traitor. Oh, you're working for the Russians. This is neo-McCarthyism. This is sick. This is a Red Scare 2.0, 3.0 rather. There were two of them already. This is the issue here. that it's completely irrational and illogical. Also, Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, just for context, Mitt Romney, who's leveling this accusation against Tulsi Gabbard that she's a traitor, he's a draft dodger. His 5 sons have never been in the military. You know, Tulsi Gabbard, what rank is she again? She's at least a major, right? So she's in the National Guard, and she's a former congresswoman to boot. And she served on several committees. So not only was she in the military, not only in the military and Congress, where you already go through multiple background checks, a lot of background checks, no doubt, many background checks. But you know, on top of that, she has served in combat. I think it was right. She was a medic in Iraq. So she's done all of these things that Americans would typically classify as patriotic, right? She served her country in the government. She was in the military, and yet they still call her a traitor. I mean, this is just ignorant. This shows you that no matter what you do, if you upset liberals, they're going to come for you with this neo-McCarthyite crap. Again, does that mean we like everything Tulsi Gabbard does and says? No, but this is just outrageous. I mean, this is really just to show you how sick the climate is, right? The current climate in the political climate, and how they can just randomly label people traitors for saying something completely rational. Let me show you these tweets from Glenn. He says that Mitt Romney skipped Vietnam and all other military service. Romney has 5 sons, none of them who served. He said in 2012 that his sons served their country by helping me get elected. Oh, so Tulsi Gabbard, yeah, she's been promoted, right? She was a major, she's lieutenant colonel. So Mitt Romney is here to say that Iraq war veteran and Army Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard is a traitor, maybe a Russian agent. Wow. And here on the left, Glenn posted a picture of Mitt Romney posing for a pictorial representation of his life and the values that define it. And then, of course, you have Tulsi Gabbard on the right, in uniform. Now, again, I don't necessarily consider, just because, okay, you're in Iraq or in the military, I don't think that necessarily always, equals patriotism. But I know that in America it does. That's the culture there. They certainly view it that way. So, explain this one to me. How does that add up? Huh? How does that add up? There's a lot of this cuckoo stuff going on. Just, left and right. And now it's especially toxic because there's a war. So, the Russiagate stuff from the last years was already bad enough. But now there's a war, and so it's just infinitely worse. And it's like the Iraq war, the political climate back then. Anyone who questions the Bush narrative, the official narrative, you're a Saddam supporter, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a Saddam apologist, and so on and so on and so on. And you completely chastised. And very dangerous, you couldn't say anything during War on Terror and, the Iraq War. Very, very treasonous, allegedly, right? You're a traitor for questioning the narrative. And in this case, it's not even questioning the narrative. She's literally just saying that, these facilities which contain dangerous pathogens, whether for research or otherwise, they do. Anthrax being one of them, many, many, many others. We looked at them with Diliana and went through the article with you. They should be secured, right? What's wrong with saying that? I feel like this is just a insult that they're using because she exposed a very uncomfortable truth. She proved the Russians and the Chinese right. Victoria Nuland, she proved them right. And Tulsi Gabbard pointing to her own quote, right? So right here, she's literally quoting Victoria Nuland in the tweet. This is the video that I played to you just now. Word for word, she's quoting the State Department, word for word, and that makes her a traitor, apparently. Come on, man. Like, when you use these words all the time, they lose their meaning. It's like you call someone a Nazi or a racist, when they're actually not, because you don't know how to confront what they're addressing. You make these words lose their meaning, and then when we actually have to call out Nazis and racism, we can't anymore because you've done a disservice and diluted the term. And so this is, again, the issue here, saying that she's a traitor. Again, you don't have to like her, but that's just ridiculous. You're telling me she's been in she's a fucking lieutenant colonel. She's been in Congress. She's served on multiple congressional committees, and she's a traitor. You think with all those background checks, they wouldn't have found something? If they had found just one little drop, one iota of incriminating evidence, would have destroyed her with it already. Obviously, there isn't anything. You know, I'm sorry, but Hillary Clinton yelling, "Oh, you're a traitor," at someone she doesn't like is not evidence. That's just a political witch hunt. And of course, liberals are more than happy to carry that on because that's the only way they can think. You say something they don't like, censor you, cancel you, block you, deplatform you, call you a traitor, call you a racist. The reality is that they are the racists. They are the ones who export imperialism predominantly against the global south. They are the ones who export neoliberalism again, and predominantly who is suffering from that, the global south. They're the ones who use black people and other minorities as tokens, right? Oh, look, we have a black Secretary of Defense who's going to go and bomb brown and black people and bomb Arabs, bomb Africans, right? Oh, look, we have a black vice president who's also going to go and continue the wars against, I don't care. No one cares about your tokens. Oh, look, we have a female who's heading the Treasury who's going to impose sanctions to kill females and starve females and other people around the world. Wow, well done. What does that mean? You are the racists and the xenophobes and the ones who discriminate, and you abuse and use and exploit minorities and people's identities as tokens so you can advance your politics under cover, under the guise, under the impression of equality, when in fact it is very much the same old, just repackaged. So again, a very, very sick, toxic climate we're in right now. Seriously, it's horrible. QKR Anarchist says, Richard, most U.S. military leadership are complicit in propaganda, imperialism, and human extinction through accelerationism. Yeah, I mean, again, this is why this is why I said earlier, I don't think that, just because Tulsi Gabbard was in the military, like that's necessarily by itself, just like, necessarily patriotic. Like, she served in Iraq. No one served in Iraq. You don't serve in Iraq. You occupy Iraq. You don't say, the Nazis served in France. They fucking occupied France. Don't give me that bullshit. No, don't play this language with me. I'm not stupid. My point was that she was in the military and she's gone through background checks. So if she actually was a traitor, they would have found something, right? Same thing in Congress and on these committees. That's my point. But I was just trying to say that in the U.S., the way they view in their culture, they view that as a sign of patriotism. So again, that makes no sense when you look at what she's done. She's a colonel, lieutenant colonel, and then you say that she's a traitor. No, I mean, yeah, and then of course people will say, well, look at Benedict Arnold. He was a general. Yeah, okay, but it doesn't mean anything in this case. So thank you guys very much. Many of you joined on Patreon. Actually, so many, I can't count them anymore. We have Claire. Thank you very much, Claire. And Suha, and Jonathan, and Gastro Girl, and Grim Reaper. Thank you guys very much for supporting my work. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wonderful. Excuse me, guys. I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm trying to grab a bite secretly. I'm sorry. This is so good. Look at this. We were at 629. Okay. And just during the last 10 minutes, we went up to 636. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. The goal is 650. We're almost there, baby. We just need 14 more subscribers. So again, thank you guys so much for supporting my work. Some of you support, you donate $1 a month or $2. Makes no difference. I'm grateful for everything. Again, I don't do paywalls. If you go on Patreon or anything, you don't unlock any content. Everything I do is free. It's only if you want to and if you can afford it. And again, I appreciate all your kind words and comments. So thank you very much. Sam, thank you for the donation. Sam is asking me, have you thought about doing call-in? I'm sure you would have many callers. Keep rocking. Is that an app? Wait, let me see. I think it might be an app. I don't know if I'm sure. I've heard of it, I think. How does it work exactly? Is it like is it kind of like a live stream? Or like Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces or something? Like you start a call and then people can join in and listen? I mean, is that like a live stream? Maybe I didn't understand something. Grim Reaper says, I appreciate your take on Tulsi. Had to join your Patreon after your take. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I'm grateful for your support, and I'm glad you found it level-headed. I think that you don't have to agree with everything she says. You don't have to like her, but the witch hunt. I mean, come on. This is so typical. They've done this during the primaries. They always do this. It's so tiring, man. I don't even know why they do this. Like, you can still disagree without doing the whole, oh, you're a Russian asset act. Just shut up. I am sick of it. In any case, thank you, Grim. I appreciate your support very much. You're very kind. And we also got some donations on PayPal. Please let me read them to you. Some of you guys sent comments. So this one is from Susan. Susan says, thank you for the truth. Thank you, Susan. I'm glad you're enjoying the program. We got someone else to join on Patreon. Undara, thank you very much. And I'm gonna play crab dance just for you. Put your hands together, guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was amazing. Honestly, that last part from this guy who called in during some town hall meeting 2 years ago, he really gave it to them. Boy, oh boy. Whoa, guys, a bunch of you just joined. We're at 640. We're actually just 10 subscribers away. I guess we're gonna have to have another round of crab dances. What is this? I wanted to thank whoever joined, but I can't read their name, so it's not refreshing. But we're at 640, so thank you very much. Claudia just made another graphic, and it's already outdated. I'm sorry. She says I'm not updating anymore. It's okay. It's okay. Give it a few moments. It might get outdated again. She said 639. It's already 640. You guys are great. Every time I think are we really going to smash the goal? And we do. We do. So, again, I'm going to tell you guys, all of this stuff here is free. Telegram is completely free. 3,577 of you are on there. Odyssey, I just made a new a channel on Odyssey, which is like YouTube. So odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst, rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst, rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. These are all my channels. I made them for you, so we have a backup, an alternative to YouTube. So if you're on there, please subscribe, and I'll put the links right now below. And of course, there's the Substack, which is where I, if I go live and you're subscribed on YouTube, you don't always get a notification. So by going on Substack and putting in your email, you will get an email from me when I go live. So you won't miss it. I always send it. So you will never miss a live stream. So, yeah, and all of this is free. Telegram, Rockfin, Odyssey, all of this is free. And I really, really implore you to go subscribe there because, these are precarious times and it's important. So, yeah. And again, thank you to everyone for your donations. You're very kind. You're very, very, very kind. And I couldn't do this without you. So thank you. Adriana and Kentucket, thank you for joining on Patreon. I have to play another crab dance. I have no choice. We're at 641. We're just 9 subscribers away. Thank you so much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much. You rock. Thank you. I have an important report coming for you very soon about Yemen. I know everyone is focused on Ukraine, but that's the thing. There's other things happening in the world, actually far worse. On a bigger scale. It doesn't mean what's happening in Ukraine isn't bad, but we shouldn't forget the others. And I have an investigative report for you on how the oil embargo is screwing Yemenis, killing them, and this is all going to be broken down with numbers and facts, and it's a very, very big project. So I'm going to do that for you hopefully this week. And yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. If you're new here, thank you for subscribing. I cover international news, the Middle East, Iran nuclear deal, Syria, Ukraine, Assange case, you name it, I cover it. So thank you again. And I appreciate it very much. You guys are very kind. So I'll just I'll leave all the links below if you want to support my work on Patreon or PayPal. And thank you again for tuning in. And I'll see you guys very soon. All the videos will be up. So don't worry if you missed anything. It'll be here on YouTube, Rumble, Rockfin, Odyssey, Telegram, Substack. Go subscribe on these platforms. It's totally free and it's good to have a backup. Okay? Again, thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. That's it. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Ma'as-salami.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The line dog.